again. No. Used to
Knowledge of the best AI tools out there.
cost you practically nothing, and it doesn't require.
I'm an American citizen responding to an invitation from the American ambassador to Israel. And by the way, I'm the son of a U.S. ambassador, so I have some sense, not an expert, obviously, but I have some sense of
To what end? I mean, what do you mean with this? Expound on that.
It does feel as though Trump is working like it's like not like
Absolutely. You're picking up on this just from what you're learning.
just from what I do like
Yeah. So let me ask you this: can anyone walk into the Dominican Republic and stay there unencumbered, unhindered? That's what we feel. Let's not talk about our feelings. Let's talk about the law. What's legal and what's illegal. Can I, a Jew, an American, walk into the Dominican Republic without papers, just walk in, demand everything stay? First, let's talk about that. Can I go into any country? Can you go into any country without papers and stay there without being challenged or deported? Can you do that?
I understand that for sure. That's okay. Honestly, that's the part of the response that I understand. So when it comes to Trump on the deportation of gays as a law, listen, I just like love it.
From what he said, I agree. Well, I mean, and this is no, this is just a fact. Trump is a white Anglo-Saxon Protestant, right? And white Anglo-Saxon Protestants have invaded this continent and every continent that they're in, conquered its people, captured them, and enslaved them. Everything that they do is based on lies. So why would anyone expect anything different? If we really believe that the white Anglo-Saxon Protestant was going to deport everyone who doesn't belong there, hell, he wants to deport Americans. So illegal is nothing. That's
that's obviously the way I come from a town that's like it's not really like I come from a town that's Spanish, all black, literally just Spanish black.
Norfolk Patterson.
No, actually, close. All Spanish black, like a lot of people are actually. I know people's parents that have made it. They just took it out of, and I think that's there's people that I don't fully get along with, and they kind of.
It's unfortunate. It is. It's unfortunate, but like any other country, right? There are rules, and we have to follow those rules. This country is no exception. It was allowed for a long time, but now it's not allowed. Well, considering that this country belongs to the indigenous people that they are deporting, yeah, kind of. But this is their country now. They took it, they built it up, they make the rules. You got to follow them. It's just what it is. There's no way around that. And unfortunately, you nor I, nor the other person in the vehicle, nor anyone on earth can go into any other country and just walk through. You know. Well, they're willing to do it.
My experience was so hard. And my crew part are so it's like,
But they followed the rules. They did it the right way. That's why they're citizens. They didn't come here illegally. Absolutely. Your parents took those years, did they not?
they came in time. That's our friend Eric. Thank you, Danny.
You're welcome. You guys have a great.
Appreciate the song.
Thank you. You have a great night. Thank you.
Your mattress is stable. They're built to last for decades. Just here, it's American durability. By the way, we bring on new advertisers. We have them send stuff to the whole staff. We test it. They love this. Brooklyn Bedding's founder built the company here in the United States from the ground up. Craftsmanship, grit, no college degree. Their factories in Arizona. Prices are low, despite the fact they're American made. High-end comfort at the high-end price. What makes these mattresses so great? Brooklyn Bedding uses copper-infused foams and thermoregulation foams to help keep you cool and comfortable all night. Plus, they offer a 120-night free trial. That's plenty of time to make sure you love it and we're confident you will. Visit brooklynbedding.com. Use the promo code Tucker at checkout to get 30% off site-wide. It's not available anywhere else, only on the show. Take advantage while you can. Visit brooklynbedding.com, promo code. Take advantage while you can. Visit brooklynbedding.com, promo code Tucker. Well, they are, and I'll give you and I just want to make sure that I pronounce this man's name correctly. It's Tom Alexandrovich. I think that's right, and I've written it down, but of course my handwriting is so terrible I can't read it. But yeah, he is an Israeli, I believe, cybersecurity official who was at a conference in Las Vegas last year and was brought up a sting designed to catch people soliciting sex from children. He was one of a number of people arrested for the team's arraigned and charged. And then 2 days later, he fled to Israel and did his first hearing by Zoom. He was allowed for some reason to leave for a foreign country, having already been charged for attempted molestation of a child. And he remains here now. And there have been many news stories about this. And I just wonder if he would ask the Israeli government to put him on a plane and send him back to face justice for attempting to molest a child. It doesn't seem complicated. I want to find out if the Justice Department of the US has already sought to extradite him. Is there anything in the process? I don't know. Why wouldn't they seek to extradite? I have no idea. That's a question for the Justice Department. I have many questions for the Justice Department. Like, why are millions of Epstein files still classified? What do you think that? I haven't kept. So, never met the man. I don't. You haven't kept up with the Epstein. I mean, only from a distance. I'm 6,000 miles away from DC these days. You attacked me personally for suggesting that Jeffrey Epstein had ties to Mossad. I'm not thinking what for Mossad. I don't think you know that. But there's no question that he had extensive contact with CIA. You said it's turning point for them. Everybody knows Jeffrey Epstein. Everyone thinks. And it turns out everyone was right. And he did. I'm not sure everyone was right or everyone thinks. Okay, you said that I was lying, and I don't want to make this about me. I said you were lying. I'm saying, why don't we release all the files, and then we don't need to guess? I have no problem. Well, because you weighed in on it and said that this was not true. I said it was bad. What you did with it, you haven't apparently bothered to read any of the files. Is that what you're saying? I have not read the Epstein files that you have. They're on the internet. But when you say that everybody knows that Jeffrey Epstein is honest, everyone believes that. I don't think everybody knows. I don't know. Well, everyone knows that he had contact with, and by the way, not just Israeli intelligence, American intelligence, which is much more interesting for me. I'm not Israeli, I'm American. I don't want my government having any contact with Jeffrey Epstein. So the shame that we made is on the United States, for my concern, to point out clear about that. Everyone's very sensitive with the Israel connection, not at all sensitive about the U.S. connection, which I find very, we should care about what our government does first. But since we weighed in on it and said there's no evidence, I'm surprised that that evidence has been open to the public for a month, since you've already weighed in publicly on this question. That you made no effort to evaluate the evidence. Why is that? I'll just tell you that I'm certainly not aware that there was specific allegations. I knew about the former prime minister, but I don't know him. I'm not sure I ever met him many times. I've been to Israel over 100 times since 1973, was the first time I came. 1973, July. And it's almost 53 years of coming and going to this country. So I know the country well, and there are a lot of people here. I don't know everything, and I don't know everybody. Of course, no, and I consider what it is. That's great. But I'm talking about that's what it's responsible for me to. There's a lot of complaints about conspiracy theory and everyone starts signing notes, but there's a way to end these conversations very quickly with that. And I'm highly confused by, have you brought this up to the president? No, I don't work for him. I said this many times. You don't work for him, but you go to the White House, see people there, Baby Vance, a very good friend. So have you brought this up with him? Because I have brought this up in a public many times. My portfolio, but apparently it's highly, very strongly on your mind. And I was you should speak for everything. But there is a charged child molester. I'm saying if you are very involved in the details of this, I'm done. And you think it's the U.S. government that's hiding and shielding something, then bring it to the people. I don't think that. I know. The Justice Department said we have millions of documents we're not releasing. Why are they not releasing? I'm asking you as a U.S. government official. Well, but what the answer government official at the embassy in Jerusalem that has not one thing to do with the Justice Department and how they're investigating on any given day. Again, and I don't want to argue or talk in circles, but you were the one who brought it up and said it's absolutely not true. I was only responding to what I've heard you say. Okay, but now that you know there's evidence and we can settle this debate, you haven't looked at the evidence and you're not pushing for the release of the total corpus of evidence. And I'm confused, because I want to believe that your goal is to get to the truth, and the fastest way to do that is by releasing the evidence. So you suggest that I can release the evidence? I'm suggesting you could call for it right now.
Navy SEALs are banned from punches and sit-ups, but they have the most defined ass you've ever seen. I spent 27 years as a special forces business instructor, and I'm watching out of shape.
So I can release the evidence? I'm suggesting you could call for it right now. Well, fine, call for it. Let's have it all open. I thought it was being all opened up for everything. And once it's open, I hope you'll read it, because it's really interesting, and then it puts to rest a lot of the debate, and it ends the name calling, because we can say there it is right there. We don't have to call people names. We can just assess the documents. Let me ask you, if you bring it up, I hope you will bring it up to people at the White House. Though I'm bringing it up right now. I'm bringing it up now. Asking, I just want to say this one last time, as the U.S. ambassador to Israel, I hope that you will make a formal request to the Israeli government to send every accused sex offender in this country back to the United States to face justice. And I don't understand why that hasn't been done. I'm confused. But we'll try to clear up all the confusion that we have. Well, if someone's been accused of trying to molest a child, I think it's then certainly, and I'll check with the Justice Department, because it is a DOJ issue, and it would be handled through DOJ, the U.S., to the court systems in Israel. That's how it would be handled. But the first step is the Israeli government saying, yes, we will allow you to extradite this person back. And the person is being shielded by the government. That's why the person's here. That's why he fled here, so he wouldn't have to stand trial for trying to molest a child. I want to get to as I said at the outset, I said something awful that I regret, that my wife warned me about. I lashed out at Christian Zionists and evangelicals, and I just want to say again that I'm sorry. I've always liked them because they're pro-life and they're also really nice people. So, for the third time, I'm sorry that I said that. I think part of my problem was I understand the theology, and you are not a fake Baptist, but you're an actual minister. You had a church for many years. You're an actual theologian. So, and I mean this with sincerity. I hear people say, those who bless Israel will be blessed. I know it's a reference to Genesis. I don't understand the connection between that concept and modern Israel and the geopolitical world. And so I'm going to stand back and let's first define, because, from my days as a debater in high school and college, one of the things I knew, you didn't start the debate when you defined the term. Let's define it. Thank you. What is a Christian Zionist? Okay, what does that mean to you? What does it mean? I don't know. It's the people who call me a Nazi for asking what Israel means. I mean, that's kind of my... Yeah, but no. But here's the point. If you say a Christian Zionist is a person who has a brain virus and is guilty of heresy, that's a pretty big charge. I know. I shouldn't have made it. I made it out of anger and ignorance. So, and I'm Christian. I think we can agree as somebody who follows Jesus Christ, exactly, has a personal relationship with Jesus Christ, believes in his death, burial, resurrection, has repented of one's sins, and have accepted him as one Savior. Would that be fair? Christian. To find out. Zionist. A Zionist simply means a person who believes that the Jewish people have a right to have a homeland where they have security and safety. Did you believe that the Jews have a right to live in Israel? Do you believe the Jews have a right to live in Israel? That would be a Zionist. That's all a Zionist is. I have a million questions about what all of those terms mean. Yeah. But conceptually, I wish Israel no harm. I don't want to see them fearing them to have a place where they could live with safety. Let me ask, so I saw this recently in an extremely telling exchange between the lieutenant governor of Texas, who I know and have always liked, and a woman I don't know, never met, who's on the Religious Liberty Commission or something. And she said, I'm a Catholic, but I'm not a Zionist. And we had this ferocious exchange. And he kept saying, everyone on the panel seemed to keep saying, you have to believe in Israel's right to exist. I've never kind of questioned this for the record, but it did raise two questions I think are really important. I hope you'll answer. One is, where does that right come from? It comes from, essentially, you could say it comes from the Bible. I would say that it does. But it comes also from a long iteration of historical precedents going to the Balfour Declaration of 1917. It comes from the League of Nations 1927. It comes from the United Nations 1947, right? The Declaration of Independence of the Israel State in May of 1948. They were immediately attacked. They won the war. They were attacked again in 1956. They won the war. They were attacked again in 1967 by 5 countries. They won the war. They were attacked again in 1973 in the Yom Kippur War. They won the war. The point is, does Israel have a right to exist? They also had wars in 1982 with Lebanon. They put the fathers, 2 of those. They put Lebanon again in 2014. I was there. I'm very familiar with the modern history of the state. Okay, pretty familiar, I think. But a Zionist simply means somebody who believes that Israel has a right to exist. Now, the question is, do you believe Israel has a right to exist? I guess. I mean, I want Israel to exist. Well, no, but I want to know what that means. So, do other countries have a right to exist? Well, they do exist. Do they have a right to exist? You keep saying Israel has a right to exist, and I want to know what other countries have a legal right, because every international body in the last 100 years has said the Jewish people have a right. I understand indigenous home. My question, that's a legal right. What do they have a biblical right? I would say that yes, but you may say they don't. I don't know. I'm actually sincerely interested in finding out what you mean by a biblical right. But first, to the legal right, does any other country on the planet have the same right that Israel has to exist? Well, you could say, does Jordan have a right to exist? When it was Transjordan and the Brits came and divided up the Middle East, and they gave some land to Jordanians, and they gave some land to the Saudis, and they gave some land to various Middle Eastern countries, and it was all carved up. And the French gave Lebanon its right to exist. Do they have a right to exist? Well, why not? Okay, so every country in the U.S. have a right to exist? I'm asking you. Okay, and I'm telling you, I think the U.S. has a right to exist. We came here, we came there. and Israel now talking. But does the U.S. have a right to exist? Does anyone question whether we have a right to exist? Yeah, but of course, I'm for America. Good for you. But so every current country on the map has the same right to exist that Israel has. Is that what you're saying? I think what we're saying is that when a country has established
There's something alive inside you, and it feeds off what you eat. If your gut always feels bloated, it's not just gas, it's an infestation. If you wake up tired even after 8 hours of sleep, it's not laziness. It's a parasite draining your energy. If your tongue is white, your skin itches for no reason, or you can't shake off yeast infections, you're slowly being taken over and no one's telling you this. It's called dysbiosis. Your body's become a breeding ground for fungi, harmful bacteria, and silent worms. They steal your nutrients, weaken your immune system, and trigger internal inflammation. And the worst part,
and it is following international law. It has been deemed by numerous bodies that it is indigenous to its homeland, as Israel is. This is its homeland. It goes back 3,800 years to the time of Abraham. It's not that the Jewish people just showed up here in 1948 and said, we're going to have some land.
Hold on. So those are two different tracks, and I just want to make sure that we separate them so I understand each one separately. All right. So you're saying there's the modern legal framework, and so you said a country that abides by international law has a right to exist.
I would say that that is a part of its existence.
Would the inverse be true that a country that does not abide by international law forfeits its right to exist?
Not necessarily if it has the capacity to stay and make its case known. But there have been Jewish people in this land,
Okay, but that's
in this very land, for 3,800 years.
Okay. So, but you're saying as the modern nation state with borders and a military and a Knesset and just all the kind of trappings of a modern country, all of which I support, that country has, every country on the planet has the same right as Israel to exist because it does exist. Is that what you're saying? I'm just trying to understand the concept here.
Well, I think what we're trying to get to is Christian Zionism, and you've taken this way off the road.
You know that I have? I don't
Yeah.
mean to. Christian Zionism is a separate thing, but I just keep hearing people say Zionism is the belief.
That's the fundamental argument that's going on. Does Israel have a right to live in their indigenous, ancient, historical land, a land that has been affirmed throughout international organizations, a land that has direct ties to the Jewish people?
I just want to know if this is a universal principle. I guess that's what I'm getting at, because if it's not, then it's meaningless to me, because as a Christian, I believe in the universal principle.
All right, so I gotta jump in here and make it absolutely clear that according to the Bible, the children of Israel, the indigenous, not even because the land belonged to kingdom before it belonged to Israel, but the Israelites, the 12 tribes of Israel, the nation of Israel, God's chosen people. It is prophesied that they would be removed from the land, that the land would be given over to the Gentiles, the worst of the Gentiles, until the time of the Gentiles is done. It's typical that the Israelites, particularly the Jews, because the 10 tribes were already dispersed, but Judah, Benjamin, and Levi, Judah, Levi, and Benjamin were in the land at the time of the Roman conquest in 70 AD. And it's prophesied that they would be taken from the land. They would lose the land, they would lose their identity, their culture, their heritage, their language. And they would not return to Israel until the time of the Gentiles is done. It is clear that according to that argument that Mike Huckabee is presenting is that the Jewish people have had a long standing occupation of the land for 3,800 years. If that's the case, then they are not the children of Israel, because the children of Israel were exiled from that land. The ones that ran into the mountains, according to the biblical narrative. The ones that stayed were taken captive and enslaved, and they would lose their heritage, their culture, their identity, their language, their God, particularly their land, and they wouldn't get it back until the return of Mashiach. So according to the narrative that they're presenting, is that these people have always been there and have been there throughout time. If that's the case, then they are not the children of Israel, because the children of Israel were exiled from there. They lost everything because they broke the covenant. So they're not completely using the Bible as the authority, because the Bible says that Israel would not remain in that land, that there wouldn't be one of them left there. All of them would be taken captive. And prior to 1947, the people present there today weren't there. There may have been, pockets of Eastern Europeans in Israel at the time of the conquest in 47, 48. But as a people, they were not all there. That came later. Let's get back to the interview.
Something is right for everyone, or it's wrong for everyone. We don't believe in special pictures. I thought
If the Jews didn't have this land, would the Jews have a right to any land?
I don't know. I'm not attacking the Jews. I'm asking if this applies to every people in every nation. Does every nation have the same right to its own homeland, to its own physical land, that you say Israel does?
I feel like we're in a rabbit hole here.
No, I think it's a very straightforward question. But does that right extend to other countries other than Israel?
But the most important thing that is going on in our culture right now is whether or not the people that are yelling in the streets from the river to the sea, whether that's a legitimate point of view to say that there should not be a Jewish homeland. There should not be a Jewish
You'll
state.
never hear me, period. I just want to
No, I
know.
know you haven't said it, but that's the
It's
argument.
one of the arguments going on globally. And the United States, excuse me, has a pretty narrow view, I would say, in our media culture, what's happening around the world.
With AI, you can create any character you want in seconds.
This used to require huge Hollywood budgets,
Complex software and tons of time.
but right now,
There are plenty of countries having this debate. Stonehenge is a lot older than the first temple in Israel. And it was built by the same people who live there now. It's the same people. And they are being pushed off their island and outnumbered by people from other places. And so in Great Britain, in Ireland, which is also a country with a nation of people, a race, if you will, that is being displaced, replaced,
Who are they being replaced by?
immigrants
Okay,
from other places.
I just wanted to clarify because I was wondering.
Well, just as a demographic matter, it's just like you can look at the numbers. It's not controversial. Just look at the numbers. There'll be a minority in their country. And their people have been there longer than Jews have been in Israel. And so they're having this debate too. That's all I'm saying. And lots of places are having this debate.
Sure.
So does that principle apply to everyone, or is it specific just to Israel?
I think it applies specifically to Israel. It applies to anyone who can prove that they have some connection to the land and connection to the history and connection to international law. But Israel, I think, does have an
Bringing up
extraordinary.
international law. So if,
Well,
again,
no, but let me finish this, Professor, because here's the point. We're talking about Christian Zionism. The idea that as a Christian, I believe in both the Old and the New Testament. Why wouldn't I? I'm a person of the book. There are 80 million evangelical Christians in the United States. What makes us who we are is our adherence to the Scripture.
He said, just again, let me interject. He said, he is the people of the book. He is not. The book was written by Israelites, to Israelites, for Israelites. Now, after Jacob was born. But the previous story, because the first 5 books and everything else was written by Israel. Moses was an Israelite. He wrote the first 5 books. The Kings were written by the scribes. The Chronicles were written by the scribes. Solomon, the Psalms, everything was written by an Israelite, for an Israelite. And if you are not an Israelite, then you are not the people of the book. Just wanted to be clear on that again. If you are not an Israelite, you are not the people of the book, because it was written by Israelites, to Israelites, for Israelites. Get back to it.
Believe that the Bible, all of it, not part of it, but all of it, is the word of the living God. Yeah. So if I believe in the Old and the New Testament, I do believe that there is a very specific call to the Jewish people that started with Abraham, and he called them out of what is now modern day Iraq, said, come where
I'm well, how are you?
I send you. He came, this is the land. Genesis 12:3. He says, I will bless those who bless you, curse those who curse you. In Genesis 17, he looks out over the world, he says, look, and this is where I'm giving you the land. I think it's since that time there have been people living in this land connected to that moment of history. So there is a historical connection, but it's unbroken.
You've said that, and I want to ask you what that means a little more specifically, if that's okay. But first, let me just say that you could say the same thing of Britons who've been there in their land longer.
Is anybody trying to tell the Brits they can't live there anymore?
No, what's happening
But
is
they are saying that to the Jews.
Oh, okay, but I just wonder if you would extend the same sympathy or the same principle. You seem like this is, you think I'm trying to trap you. I'm not. I'm at all trying to trap you. It'd be as simple as saying native Britons have
I've got no problem with the native Brits having their land, having the right to their land. I don't know that there is a biblical connection for the Brits. Okay. But I would say,
so that's what it comes
take
down
that
to.
off the table. And I think there's still a basis for the Jews having this little bitty strip of real estate. And it is
I'm not even
tiny
arguing with
strip.
you. I'm just trying to, at all. I'm just trying to understand what it is that you're saying, because it's not obvious to me, and maybe it's an IQ problem, but I'm having trouble understanding it. But let me just go back to just clarify one thing.
Okay.
You brought up international law at least twice, maybe 3 times, as a basis for Israel's legitimacy. If Israel was out of compliance with international law, whatever that is, would it be less legitimate?
Depends on if the law and the way it's applied is legitimate. There are some applications of so-called international law that are not legitimate. I agree with the ICC or the ICJ. I agree. Utterly ridiculous. One of the reasons I'm so grateful President Trump and Secretary Rubio are pushing hard, trying to get rid of the ICC and the ICJ, is because they have become rogue organizations that are no longer really about an equal application of law and justice.
I don't know enough about it to say if that's true or not. But I'm interested that you yourself appealed to international law as a basis of Israel's.
Well, what I'm looking at is the whole of the last 100 years.
The Balfour Declaration is not exactly international law, by the way. It was a letter, right?
It was maybe not law, but it was a declaration. It was an assumption and a declaration that was done by Lord Balfour in Great Britain. At that time, this land was under the British mandate, and he said the Jews should have the land that was theirs from 3,800 years ago. It was simple as that.
Right. And I'm not debating. It was not international law. It was a colonial power saying, okay,
But then later it was
divide up the
international
world
law under the League of Nations, under the United Nations, and then because of the victories that Israel had against those who tried to annihilate them, and it wasn't just that they were trying to take a little piece of their land, they tried to annihilate them. Okay. And there is still to this day the shouts of from the river to the sea. And Tucker, that means only one thing.
These transforming glasses automatically adjust to what you're looking at. All glasses have this tiny flaw, but we fixed it. You see,
Not the shrinking of Israel, but the annihilation of Israel.
I don't think you can say that you know what it means, actually, because you don't know what's in people's hearts. So why don't we just deal with the facts? Maybe some people mean it.
I know it's in their mouths. I know it's in their minds.
Look, you'll never hear me say that. What you will hear me say is I'm confused by what the definitions are. So let's go through this. You've appealed to Genesis. Genesis 15 says it's Abram, it's pre-Abraham, it's Abram. received from God the news that his descendants will inherit the land, and you tell me as the theologian if I'm getting this wrong, but from the Euphrates to the Nile. I think that's right. And that would include like basically the entire Middle East. That would be the Levant, so that would be Israel, Jordan, Syria, Lebanon. It would also be big parts of Saudi Arabia and Iraq. I'm not sure it would go that far. I mean, it would be a big piece of land. But here's the point: it would be a lot of places that are now countries. That this particular area that we're talking about now, Israel, is a land that God gave through Abraham to a people that he chose. It was a people, a place, and a purpose. We can look at it that way. Christian Zionism, I'm going to go back because that's where we started. I'm not going to let you off on this because you've pointed 3 times that God gave this land to his people. And so it was entirely fair for me with respect to ask, what land are you talking about? Because I just read Genesis 15, I have 3 times. And that land, I think it says, from the Nile to the Euphrates, which is, once again, basically the entire Middle East. So God gave that land to his people, the Jews, or he didn't. You're saying he did. What does that mean? Does Israel have the right to that land? Because you're appealing to Genesis. Yeah. You're saying that's the original deed. If they took it all? But I don't think that's what we're talking about here. That's exactly what we're talking about. But here's what I don't think it would be fine if the state of Israel took over. They don't want to take it over. They're not asking to take it. But you're saying that the reason that Israel is legitimate, has an inherent right to exist, is because, in part, because God gave it to his people. And I am going to the same Bible that you're referring to and noticing that that is a huge piece of land. So if God gave them that land, then they have a right to take it now by your definition, unless I'm missing something. Well, I think you're missing something because they're not asking to go back.
Yeah, they are.
But they are asking to at least take the land that they now occupy, they now live in, they now own legitimately, and it is a safe haven for them. May I ask though, it's because you're explaining what Christian Zionism is and your theological beliefs. And you think you just said it would be fine with you if the state of Israel took all of Jordan, all of Syria, all of Lebanon. That's really not exactly what I'm trying to say. I'm asking, is that what you said? I thought that's what you just said.
That's what he said.
It was somewhat of a hyperbolic statement, and that, if that's what you feel like that you're talking about, but it isn't. We're talking about this land that Israel, the state of Israel, now lives in and wants to have peace in. They're not trying to take over Jordan. They're not trying to take over Syria. They're not trying to take over Iraq or anywhere else.
Yeah, they are.
But they do want to protect their people. They're not trying to take over Lebanon. But you're saying that as a religious man, as a Christian Zionist, you agree with a lot of religious communities here in Israel that the justification for this country is theological. It's a contract between God and his people. And I'm telling you that contract includes a tract of land that is much larger than the current nation state. So you may be a bigger Zionist than even the Jews are, that will not try to understand the implications of your theology for geopolitics. Because you're saying that the present government of Israel has a moral right to take over what are now other people's countries. I wouldn't say that. Then what are you saying? I'm simply saying that the people who live in Israel, I think, have a right to have security, have safety, have a right to be able to live in this land that they have a connection to for 30. I told myself when I said it earlier, not get annoyed, but as someone who is, father of daughters, when I see child molesters hiding in Israel and escaping American justice, I think I have a right to safety in my country too. So you can understand that I think most people feel they have a right to safety. I do think Israel has a right to safety, and I hope that for them. And I'm sincere, but I'm American. And I have a right to agree. And I think, too, but I just want to get to this point. If Israel were to say, God gave us in Genesis 15 all of Lebanon, all of Syria, all the way up to Iraq, would that be legitimate in your view? I don't think in this particular day and time they're asking for it. What if it legitimate? I'm not sure that it would be. Why? Because you just said that
I think that there is an understanding that the people of Israel today, now if they end up getting attacked by all these places and they win that war and they take that land, and okay, that's a whole nother discussion. But you and I started wait a minute, we started talking about something Christian Zionism. It turns out now because I don't, the core of Christian Zionism, you said, and I'm including you, is the understanding, the belief, the theological understanding that Jews have a moral and my brain later that all you need is this bearskin heavy. That's because it's and legal. We want you to be good with it. Moral deriving from the God promises in our Bible, which we share with the Jewish people, the first part of the New Testament. It derives from God's promise to the Jews. And so I have two questions. What are the borders of that? And who are those people in 2026? And you're not the first person I've asked, but you're the most reasonable, most tranquil, most theologically informed person. So I'm really for that. The first question with the borders, I can't get an answer. Yeah, those borders are. So I'm going to give up. But the second question is every bit as pressing, which is who are the people?
Who are the Jews? That's right.
Who are the modern? Yes, who are the descendants? So we know, and I believe, and I agree with you, as a Christian, that God promised this land from modern day Iraq to modern day Egypt to this people, the Jews, to Abram's, actually not to Abram's descendants, as it says in Genesis 15. Who are his descendants now, and how do we know who they are? I think they're the Jews, and we know who they are because they've always been the Jewish people. There has been an unbroken line of Jewish people. They've lived in this land for 3,800 years, sometimes. Sometimes not very many of them, because they were chased out all over the world. They were hunted down. They were almost annihilated during the Holocaust. They came back. To this day, Tucker, they represent, you know how many Jews there are in the whole world? Please, no, but I don't understand. Well, first of all, the greatest genocide of Jews no one ever mentioned was by the Romans, where they were literally banned from Jerusalem for 500 years. Yeah, of course. And it's all awful. And I'm opposed to all of that. I'm opposed to mass killing of anybody, period. I'm opposed to hear you say that. I mean it. Yeah, I believe that. I believe that. My question is, and it's not a bumper sticker answer, it's a sincere answer.
Keep up with any of this shit, brother? What's your nationality? Which one? Which American? You know how there's so many things. Right? So, I am. Then hope. Now, this is all about, like, the whole premise of this interview is who are the Jews? That's a big topic right now, all across the world, but particularly here in America, because, you know, there's a consensus that people who stay there do not, but do lie. You know, this is the act of Satan. Now, that's the Bible. Right? That's read in Revelation 2:9 and 3:9. There's the people who call themselves Jews and they're not, but understanding act of Satan. They're liars. And the Bible says that the children of Israel who had the land of Israel, is their land, that they would be expelled from that land. And they would never return to that land. They would lose their heritage, their culture, their identity, their language, their God. Most importantly, their land. This happened in 70 AD, like he just brought up, by the they were banned from returning to the land. The Jews have always been there. Now, there's a contradiction because the Bible says they would never be returned, and Rome, who was the power at the time, expelled them. So we have a biblical and historical narrative that match. What he's saying is a lie. In the book of Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter, Moses is on the mountain, the burning bush, speaking to him, which is a metaphor for a messenger. So tell those people, the children of Israel, that if they keep the covenant I'm about to give them, I'll make them the kings and queens of the earth. And he did. But when they break the covenant, and they most certainly will, I will send them into captivity, or I will send them into Egypt again on ships.
They just walked out of Egypt. You're familiar with that story? They just walked out of Egypt, right? Why would they need to go back on ships? Good question, right? So they would go back on ships and they would be sold as bondmen and bondwomen, and they would lose, huh? Okay. They would, a lot of signs for the end to identify who they are. They would be sold as slaves. They would be taken from their land and taken back into captivity, because Egypt means house of bondage. They would be taken back into captivity on ships, sold as bondmen and bondwomen. They will lose their heritage, their identity, their culture, their language, their God, their land. And they will be called by surnames, right? And they will be forever cursed until Christ returns. Just the passage, captivity in ships. Historically, who did that happen to? Feel me? Feel me? It did not happen to them. And historically, the people were taken from the land, and they were never to return. Have the people taken into captivity on ships ever returned to their land? No, not as a mass migration to take over, right? So it's clear that the question, who is Israel, is a very relevant question. It's called the controversy of Zion, because it's been happening since the expulsion of Judah, Benjamin, and Levi, who today on this side of the world, according to our research, and not mine personally, but the men that I follow, their research, according to their research, Judah, Benjamin, and Levi are today's what we call African American, Black, Haitian, and Jamaican. On this side of the world, they're all over the world because they were sent into captivity all over the world, right? But on this side is what we call African American Black people. That's Judah. Haitians are Levi, and Benjamin is the Jamaicans, along with the other indigenous population of the North, South, Central America, Caribbean, West Indies, and Canada. All of those indigenous people, together with Judah, Benjamin, and Levi, African American, Black, Jamaican, and Haitian. So you had Hispanic, Latino, of indigenous descent, and what we call Native Americans. Those are the 12 tribes of Israel on this side of the world. All of the evidence biblically and historically proves it. They went into captivity on ships, they lost their lands, they're called by different names. If you're the tribe of Judah, then what is Black? What is African American? Those can't be who you are, because one, there's no nation called Black. First, right? There's no nation called Brown. And the indigenous populations were not called by these surnames, like they called me, because soy Boricua. They read that island in 1492 when he came here, conquered them, killed them, took them back to Europe as slaves. And then he renamed them Puerto Rican, like they renamed Dominican, Cuban, and everybody else on this side of the world. They renamed everybody. It's clear that through our historical circumstance that we are that people. We lost our language. We spoke Hebrew. On the islands and on the mainland, everybody spoke the same language, different dialects of it. They spoke the same language. Who conquered America first? Or for the islands? The Spaniards. That's why a lot of us speak Spanish. Then the white Anglo-Saxon Protestant English. You're no more English than I am Spanish. We are the 12 tribes of Israel on this side of the world. And the controversy is those people over there, who are they? So Costa wrote a good book called The 13th Tribe, identifying and was praised for it. Now they're saying it's all a lie. Because they don't want us to think about it like that. Right? So he's catching hell because he's asking the question. Because he's been following the same men I'm following. He's been listening to them. And he's like, well, they make great points. Because they're using the Bible and historical narrative that's all written down. It's all written down. We didn't write it. Hell, they made laws so that we couldn't even read it. Right? I tell them all the time now when they get to it, we can read now, son. We can read. And we do. I remember when I was growing up, my mother's a black woman. She said that there's an adage that if you want to hide anything from black and brown people, you put it in a book because we won't read it. And it was right because it was indoctrinated into our core because it was illegal for us to read. It made it law. We read. So all of the information is out, and we match all of the curses. They do not. We match everything that's in the Bible. They do not. And let's say that nobody else matches. No Puerto Rican, Cubans, Dominicans, no Native Americans, no South Americans, Central Americans. No one else matches. For sure, the African American, black man, woman, and child, to the letter of the Bible. Every curse that the Bible says that people would endure matches black people completely. 100%. Everything that the Bible says would happen actually happened to what we call African American black people. For sure, 100%. Yeah. Huh? He was coming up on me fast. The 13th tribe. There are tons of them. From Babylon to Timbuktu. Lost tribes and promised lands. Matter of fact, put in the, you got the phone app? Yeah. Put in this website. It's called Israel Unite, one word, .org. .org. You'll know the page is purple and gold. And I'm not a member of that organization, but that's who I learned from. These men, particularly the founders of the organization, are, in my estimation, the prophets of old come back to the earth. No. This is Tucker Carlson's network. That's the page, though. Go through that page. Everything, like, it's informative. And their founder, Nathaniel Israel, the bishop, their elder, and his contemporaries. I've never heard the Bible taught the way they teach it. Never in my life. I grew up in the church, like most of them. Grew up in the church, but we were never taught the Bible. We were taught prosperity and pass that damn plate around. That's it. Give us a show with the choir. Get up there. Word? I know that's right. My mother beat us book, chapter, and verse. The blood of Jesus, she beat the hell out of us. Yeah. Listen, if you in black and brown houses, that's what happened, right? I know that's right. Yeah. That's right. No, I get it. But we were never taught the Bible. Never taught it. Like, when I read the Bible, right, what changed it for me, because somebody told me I wasn't a Puerto Rican, and I was for 45 years. The last 8 years, I haven't been a Puerto Rican because I can't argue. How can I live a lie when I know the truth? And it was a hard pill to swallow. Don't misunderstand. It was hard. Because I tried to prove it wrong and end up validating everything that site says that those don't teach. I end up validating every word and finding out even more stuff. That aside. Yeah, you could do that, right? But it's all a scam, yeah. Because it's going to go based on region, not really on blood. You're going to, for African Americans, the one thing that you will find is your haplotype, that E1B1, which is sub-Saharan. But so that proves the sub-Saharan slave trade. Proves it unanimously. But it can't tell you that you're Israel or not. What it will tell you is you're from this region and that region and this region, because that's where we were and that's where the bulk of our people were taken. Like in Africa, You got a lot of people who believe that they are African. Noah had 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Ham is the progenitor of the dark races, Egyptian, Cushites, Mizraim, the different dark races. But every Bible scholar will inform you that there's one group of dark people, there's one that are not from Ham. And that's what America calls the Negroes. It says it like that in the biblical scholars' books. Not the Negroes. They are descended from the very people of Israel. They are Shemitic people. Right? They all know it, but they hid it. Because they don't want us to know that. They don't want people, particularly the black man, woman, and child. Because if you knew that you were the Jew, 2 questions come up. Who are they? Who are they? And who are we? And if you are the Jew, then that would change everything on the planet. Because that means that the world belongs to you. The whole nation of Israel, the 12 tribes together, but the so-called African black man, woman, and child, the tribe of Judah, damn, he's coming fast too, and he's a truck. The tribes of Judah, that's the royal tribe. That's the house of King David, King Solomon, and wait for it, Jesus the Christ himself springs out of that tribe. So that means that when God created man, because Christ is that God, he's not the Father God, he's not the supreme God, he's the creator God. God created him and let him create everything else. And he said, let us, to the one who created him, create man in our image. And what he created was black man. And throughout the whole spectrum, he wanted man to know that you look like me, particularly the black man, you look like me. So when we think about God, we got to think about the black man, because he was created in the image and likeness of God. And then the woman who thinks that she's created in the image and likeness of God is not. She's created in the image and likeness of the black man. Which is crazy. Tell a black woman that today. She might kill you. She might kill you. You are not in the image and likeness of God. You're in the image and likeness of man, the black man. And that's the Bible. It's all in there. But we're not taught the Bible. What changed it for me, even though I had all the information and I was trying to debunk it, was when I read the description of Christ in Daniel. He had white woolly hair, and his skin was so dark. Oh shit! His skin was so dark that it looked like it burned in a furnace, and his eyes were red. He looks like my Uncle Leroy. I got an Uncle Leroy, right? White woolly hair, really dark. He's Boricua, but he's dark. Dark. And his eyes are red because he drink wine. You know, you ever seen the winos with the whites of their eyes, they be red? That's my uncle. And that's Christ. That's what Christ looks like. Come on, man, you got it. Go. Yeah. Yep. Totally different. And that's a curse. God cursed us that way because our ancestors broke the covenant. Instead of worshiping their God, they wanted to worship the golden calf. Right? So he said, oh yeah? Well, here's what's going to happen. I'm going to send your enemy against you, the worst of the evil. And he's going to change everything about you. And you will never remember until Christ returns. But then he said he'll send prophets towards the end to remind us. And those prophets are here today. They're here today. That group is one of those groups. Particularly their knowledge of the Bible plus their founders, Nathaniel Israel, his library is so extensive. I'm surprised he's still alive. Because we're not supposed to have those type of books. They don't want us to know that. Oh, yeah, let's not even start with the archives. That's all right. Christ's going to destroy that. Then he says, our king, not theirs. And he said, that's our book, that's not their book. In fact, in the Bible, they are the descendants of Esau. Right? God hates Esau in the Bible. Now, I know you were taught, and I was taught, and everybody's taught God's love. But They never teach about his hate. He says, I hate Esau. And he's going to erase every memory of them. After they served for 1,000 years as slaves, because the Bible says he that led into captivity must go into captivity, and he that killed with the sword must be killed with the sword. So he's going to do them dirty, and then he's going to completely eradicate them even from our memories. They're not even going to exist. That's how much he hates them. And every man, woman, and child, even the babies, can't stand it. I didn't write the Bible. I didn't write the Bible. I'm just sharing what it said. I didn't write it. And had I been taught this from a young man, I would be in a different place. I'd be levitating. I'd be turning water to wine and curing people and shit. Because Christ said greater things than we would do. But we don't know because they kept us in the dark about it. And that's what they fear most. Yeah. Then they divided us. Right? It was one of their greatest tactics, divide and conquer. Black people and Puerto Rican people are the same damn people. But they said, white people said, no, they're not the same people. You're black, you're Indian, you're this, you're that. You know, they separated the 12 tribes of Israel and then told us that we're all the same, all people. It's not true. Everyone is the enemy of our people. The Chinese, the Japanese, even the Africans, who will say that we are African, like our origins are African. God says, no, they're not. They're not. You are the Shemitic people, not the Hamitic people. But they keep that secret because they don't want us to know. It's terrible. It's a terrible way. And once you find out this truth, it's like, what do you do? What do you do? You're separate now. You can't share it with anyone. Right. And it's, but, right? But see, God said, seek your salvation yourself. For you, just you. You can't save anybody. And the most important part is that it ain't for everybody. Even of our people, it ain't for everybody. It's just for those who accept it. And Christ said, my sheep hear my voice. And they will accept it. Those who are of me will hear it. The rest won't. They won't hear us. So 2/3 of all nations are going to die in this place. What we call the Americas. This is all going to be destroyed. Thermonuclear destruction. It's in the Bible. Yeah. This is why I'm excited, though. Because if what he's doing is going to cause global conflict, then it's possibly being fulfilled. And I don't want to die, but if the bombs start hitting here, Christ promised that he would return for his people only his, and that's only African American, Black, Hispanic, Latino, of indigenous descent, and what we call Native Americans. Not to be confused with the $5 Indians like Elizabeth Warren. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people calling themselves those things nuts. He's coming back for them. And 2/3 of our people are going to die here with the rest of them. Then other shit starts. Well, not quite yet. 1,000-year reign. He's going to reign for 1,000 years. And then a lot of other shit starts going on. Like the Bible is a deep book. I hated it. I used to. You got a King James joint?
I don't know. I have two of them.
Freedom Boat, gotta go through it as a reference, but the King James is the one because it keeps all the black references. Which one are we doing? Right? So yeah, read the King James, man, and go through that site. It's informative. You're welcome so much, brother. Have a good night. Thank you.
How do we know? Because what you're saying is that certain people have a title to a highly contested region. They own it in some deep sense. So I think it's fair to ask, who are they and how do we know? So the current prime minister's ancestors weren't from here within recorded history. He has no deed. Bibi Netanyahu, on one side, his family from Poland. They're from Eastern Europe. So how do we know that he had the connection to the people who God promised the land to, Abram's descendants? How do we know that?
Well, if you take the genealogies that come not only from the Old but the New Testament, you see that there is a historical connection through the entirety of the Old and the New Testament that details the Jewish connection to this land.
Does that include Levi's family? How do we know that if his family, if they were scattered, but how do we know it's the same people? No, why is that crazy? If you say to me,
if they speak the same language, if they worship the same God, if they follow the same Bible, if they follow the same cultures and traditions, and they always pray next year in Jerusalem, and they pray.
Experience the thrill with Wet Hearts, where every moment counts and gigantic jackpot.
And they pray for the peace of Jerusalem, and they pray facing toward Jerusalem. Does that not give you a little bit of a clue as to who they are?
Let's go through those things, because I would like to have a rational because the conversation of one. Bless you. Thank you for doing that. Let's just go through those things.
Okay.
So one of the things I admire most about Israel is they resurrected a dead language. Good for them.
Well, they really didn't resurrect it. It was existent.
Okay. I'm not. That's a compliment. I'm not slighting it.
But it is the first time in all of human history that a language has survived through this length of time. It's. I would call it. You might not, but I would call it a miracle. One of many.
Okay.
It is bullshit. Hebrew is a dead language according to the biblical narrative. It's a dead language, and even historically, right? The Paleo-Hebrew is not spoken, was never spoken. What they speak today is Yiddish, and it was created by, let me see. What is the name of the person who reimagined the Hebrew language? His name is Eliezer ben Yehuda, 1858-1922. He passed away. Is the person primarily credited with reviving and reimagining the Hebrew as a modern spoken language. It's Yiddish. It's different Germanic languages with certain Hebrew phrases, and he admits that he doesn't know that it's correct. So it's not the same thing. They're lying.
Then you can. I think it's wonderful as someone who loves language. Netanyahu's parents did not speak Hebrew. Okay, they didn't live in this region. Netanyahu, the founders of this country, were mostly secular. Some of them were avowed atheists. They were not praying for the peace of Jerusalem. They weren't praying at all because they didn't believe in God. There's no genealogy linking their families to the people of this land 3,000 years ago. They're not. So how do we know, since they didn't share a language, they didn't share a religion, they had no religion whatsoever, how do we know that they had a right to come here from Eastern Europe? And
how are you?
But they were scattered land. They were scattered to Eastern Europe. They were scattered all over the world. There were many in Ethiopia. They were in Russia. They were in Poland. They were throughout Asia. Jews were all over the place, but they were still Jews. But they were still Jews.
Okay, so let me get to the nub of the question, because again, a lot is at stake. A lot of money is at stake. Land is very valuable. Israel has a lot of resources. By the way, if you're accused of crime, you can hide here. That's a pretty good passport to have. It's a good thing, right? So who's entitled to it? I don't understand, and you're very discouraged in the United States from asking this question for some reason. It's a totally rational.
I'm not discouraged.
No, you're not discouraged. Others do. You're like the only person I have this conversation with. Everyone's like, shut up, Nazi. It's a foundational question. Are you speaking of an ethnic group or a religious group?
Well, I think you're looking at, for many people, it is religious. There are people who may not have a deep religious connection to Judaism, but they're still Jews.
So it's an ethnic category.
It is ethnic, but it is also religious. It is rooted in religion. You can't take it out of it. Now, that means that
how can an atheist?
Well, I will tell you this. There are some people who say, I'm Christian. They never go to church. They never pray. They never read their Bible. They don't tithe.
But they're not entitled to citizenship on the basis of that.
Well,
they're not entitled to.
They still call themselves Christian, even though they identify in that way.
Here's the difference. You're saying that people who have this identification have a deed to a huge chunk of land on the Mediterranean. Okay, so there's, it's a right. You keep telling me it's a right, and so it's totally fair to say if you come to my house and say I've got the title to your house, I get to ask you, may I see it? Where'd you get it? And that's exactly what happened here. People from Europe, Eastern Europe, came here, in a lot of cases atheists, and kicked out a lot of people who lived here.
Land.
Well, but
They did not just throw.
they bought a lot of land. There's no question about that. But they also, in 1948, kicked out a lot of people in the war. In the war, I agree. I'm not yeah. What a okay. The history. I'm just saying it's a fact.
Okay.
Including a lot of Christians. A lot of Christians wound up fleeing, and they lost their homes, and they've never been allowed back. And all of this was justified on the basis of this identity that is the ticket to the right that you keep referring to. So my question is very simple. I'm going to wait patiently for an answer. Does this right derive from religious affiliation?
Hey guys, did you know it's so easy for anyone to get a car now? So there's a website that helps people to be protected.
Or from parents?
I would say it's both. But I would also say that when you said the Christians were kicked out, Tucker, Christianity is growing in Israel. And there is a big lie that goes out there. But no, let me finish this, because I keep hearing that Christians are really not treated well in Israel. That's a lie. There are lots of there were 34,000 Christians in Israel in 1948. There are 184,000 Christians here today.
And by Israel, what are you counting?
You're talking about the land?
What territory are you counting? You're counting about Israel proper? Or are you counting about the West Bank as well and Gaza? I mean, what do you, when you say Israel, those numbers apply to what landmass?
It would be in Israel proper. Okay. There are 184,000. Now, I'll tell you where Christians are not doing very well. They're not doing very well in the Muslim-controlled countries. There's almost no Christians in Qatar, for example, except those who live in the Christian ghetto, who are the service workers.
I'm sorry. And look, I don't want to argue with you. There are many more Christians in Qatar than there are in Israel.
That's not true.
It actually is true. And I refer you to Wikipedia, Mr. Ambassador. Wikipedia does. I refer you to the government of Qatar, the government of Israel. These are knowable facts. Like I'm in Jordan, by the way.
Numbers are down. In Syria, the numbers are down. In Lebanon, the numbers are down.
There are about twice as many Christians,
but they live in an enclave. They are not native Qataris.
Okay, we're mixing so many different categories here. I'm just saying I get things wrong all the time. You've just got something wrong. I think it's important to acknowledge. There are many more Christians in Qatar than there are in Israel.
How many?
Now you caught me. I don't know. I can look at my phone, but I was just there, and there are many more. Like whatever. But I just want to get to the point that goes the basis of this whole conversation, which is who has a right to the land. And you said it's a mixture of religion and ethnicity. As I noted, and you agree, many of the founders, maybe the majority of the founders of modern Israel, did not believe in God at all. So they were not religious Jews. They weren't religious at all. They were atheists. They said they were atheists. I believe that. So that suggested that. But it's also true, as you well know, because there's a famous court case about that ethnic Jews who convert to Christianity do not have the right of return. That was settled by the Israeli Supreme Court. I'm very confused. So that would suggest it's not authentic, because you invalidate your Jewishness by converting to Christianity. There are a number of Messianic Jews. That's I'm here. I'm aware of that. But you're not contesting what I'm saying, because it's a very famous court case.
The right of return has to do with your mother, your grandmother. It has to do with family ties. There's sure, ethnicity is a big part of the right of return. Right? To make aliyah, to come to Israel, then live here.
And if both of your parents are Jewish, and you have an ethnic right to the land, you are one of Abram's descendants, but you convert to Christianity, how is it you don't have the right to return? I'm totally confused.
But I know a number of people who have returned as Christians, but have Jewish history.
Are you saying that Jews who convert to Christianity have a right, a legal right to return? Because
I know that they do. Whether, when you say, do they have a right to return, do they prove?
It's a legal category, as in any government.
Which is by their family history, their grandmother, their mother, and there are many aspects of that.
I've read it. I think
I know that these are people who are Christian, and they came here, made aliyah,
They had Jewish blood, Jewish history. They were Christian, Messianic, but they came here and they were welcomed here.
And they were given full legal rights.
Absolutely.
In a passport.
Yeah.
So clearly, it's not true that you invalidate your right of return by converting to Christianity. That's just false.
I'm not aware of that. I know that there are a number of Christians here. I go to church with Christians every week here.
Of course.
And there's
You have a right to come and say, I'm an ethnic Jew, even though I practice Christianity. Therefore, I have every bit as much right to move into a settlement in the West Bank or into East Jerusalem or anywhere I want, Galilee, anywhere, because I'm returning to the land of my forefathers. I have a legal right in the state of Israel, even though I've converted to Christianity. You're saying that's true?
I'm saying I know people who've done it. Now, can I tell you what the law specifically is? I'm not sure.
Well, it's really
I'm a Christian. I don't have any Jewish roots, so therefore I cannot quote you the law. If you want me to do that, I'll look at it.
Well, it really matters because you're saying, in fact, people in the United States are being called anti-Semites. A lot of them, including me, because they somehow don't believe that Israel has a right to this land.
Do you think Israel has a right to this land?
No, you haven't defined what the land is, and you haven't defined who Israel is. So I really don't know.
It is the land they're living in now, the borders that they have.
The borders are moving. The borders have moved in the last year.
What do you mean the borders have moved?
Well, they are the 1967 borders. I'm including, the
East Jerusalem and
Just
Judea and Samaria.
What are the borders of Judea and Samaria?
Well, you basically take the Jordan River, and it's west of the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea, to the Lebanon border. Israel did have control of the Sinai. They had control of it. They gave it away in 1979 in the peace agreement.
Okay, so whatever you call it, the land that was taken from Jordan in 1967, you call it Judea and Samaria, there's a significance to that I don't fully understand. I'm against it.
Credit Trick was banned from the American public for decades. Now, a hidden consumer law in 2020.
It's the biblical. It's the biblical. 80% of the Bible happened in Judea and Samaria.
But we've also established that the Bible gives Jews the right to occupy the land from the Nile to the Euphrates. So I'm very confused by why we shrunk the land and why
Israel has shrunk the land. They have made that decision. That's why they gave away.
Now's the part.
Giving away a lot of things.
Abram's descendants are the ones who have the right to have this land, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Why don't we do genetic testing on everybody in the land and find out who Abram's descendants are? It's really simple. We've cracked the human genome. We can do that. Why don't we do that? Would you be against doing that?
I have no idea what that would prove. I mean, maybe it would be.
What do you mean? What it would prove who Abram's descendants are and who has a right to live here and who doesn't, according to the theology that you yourself just explained. And so I'm very confused as to why we don't do that. If you believe the theology that you just explained to me, would we do that all over the world?
Then everybody
is the only country in the world that you've said has this covenant with God, that this people have a moral and legal right to the land.
What about people who convert to Judaism who don't have a right?
Well, you've just said,
I mean, there are converts to Judaism, so
you just told
they can make Aliyah. They may not have.
You told me that it doesn't matter. You told me moments ago, trying to keep track, that it doesn't matter whether or not you believe in God or whether or not you practice Torah Judaism or Rabbinic Judaism, which is something else that I don't even know I don't even know what that means. But it doesn't matter whether you're, quote, a religious Jew or not. What matters is that you are part of the Jewish people to whom God gave this land that extends from the Nile to the Euphrates. And so, if you believe that, wouldn't you want to know with a burning passion who those people are? And because of science, we can now know who those people are. So why aren't we finding out?
I think we could propose a DNA test for everybody who comes here, everybody who lives here. But
I'm comfortable with secular notion states where none of this is done on the basis of blood. I'm not comfortable with that. I'll just say that.
But there are people who may not have bloodline, but who have converted to Judaism. Are they going to be able to live here? You're going to kick them out?
By your standards, they can't live here. You just said that they have a right to live here because God gave them the land because they're the descendants of Abraham.
They're the descendants of Abraham. But if they're the spiritual descendants of Abraham, and they've now decided that they're converting to Judaism,
Fuck that is.
then do they have a right to live in Israel?
Well, there's a whole legal literature in Israel on that question. And my understanding is that certain types of modern Judaism qualify a person and other types don't. Is that your understanding? I don't believe that people converted, and I don't have this wrong down, but I know people who face this personally. People, I don't believe people who converted in a Reform synagogue have the right of return. I don't think that. I know people who married into Jewish families and then find out they don't have the right of return. So that is perplexing to me.
Yeah, I know, my experience is a little different than yours. I know people who have definite Jewish connections, family relations, but now they're Christian. Some are not necessarily practicing Jews. They're not, they're more secular Jews, as you've discussed. But they come back here.
Okay, I'm not against that. I'm just wondering, since you began this conversation by asking me, did I think they have a right to come here? Yeah. My question was, on what basis do they have a right? And you said because God granted it.
Yeah, and I also said because that there should be a land where Jews can live in peace and safety.
And I asked you what a Jew was, and you couldn't answer it. You said it partly is religious, but it doesn't have to be. It's partly genetic, but it doesn't have to be. And so that you can see why
I think that was very clear that being Jewish is an identification either through blood or through faith that you're Jewish. It may be that you're a blood Jew, but you don't necessarily practice Judaism, just like there are people who say they're Christian, but they don't do a thing to demonstrate what Christians.
There are a lot of bad Christians, including me some of the time. But I don't have a right to real estate on the basis of my claim of faith
if you're talking about a specific parcel. But if you're talking about a land, I think what we're talking about is that's all. Yeah,
that's all I'm saying.
And there was a designation to the family of nations of the world that there would be a Jewish homeland. Let's get to that point, because I think you've taken us on several trails here, and I'm not sure we can follow them all. But is there a reason that the Jewish people that represent, I want to get backwards, you didn't let me finish a while ago, they represent 0.2% of the world's population. In the entirety of the world, there are about 16 million total. And 8 million of them live here. The rest live mostly in New York or South Florida, and a few other places. Small population, they have connection to the land. Historically, biblically, do they?
Yes, they do. If you need family, we know they lived in Eastern Europe. There's no evidence they ever lived here. He's not religious, but in what sense? Ancestrally, do you have his family tree? No, we don't.
Do you?
He doesn't. So no one does.
Today on Lifestyles of Smart Stars, we're taking a look inside Hub and Puff Money Mansion, exclusively on Salvador Casino. This isn't your app.
No one does. That's the point. So how do they know that he's any connection to the land at all?
And if there has been a practice of Judaism and a connection to the language, the Bible, the land,
his ancestors didn't. He doesn't practice Judaism in any rigorous way. His ancestors didn't live here. They didn't speak the language, and there's no evidence they ever lived here. So on what basis does he have a right?
Very much speaks the language. He has fought for the language. His family has fought for the
God thing. No, I'm very obvious question, which is where does this right come from? And the reason it's meaningful that is because there are a lot of people in the territory that Israel controls today, particularly in the West Bank, who, through genetic testing, we can know their families have been here for thousands of years. We don't know whether they practiced Judaism, whether they were Samaritans, pre-Islam. We don't know that. A lot of them we know have been Christians for 2,000 years. They have less of a right to the land than someone whose ancestors, the only thing we know about them is they lived in Latvia or Poland. They're Eastern European. How does that work?
They're Jewish.
By what definition?
They're Jewish by their...
But how do we know they have any connection?
They're Jewish by their faith. They're Jewish by the connection to the language.
Jewish by the connection to the Torah?
So then how do we know that Bibi's, specifically Bibi's ancestors ever lived here? How do we know that?
I'm not sure if I understand your question.
How do we know if the Prime Minister of Israel's ancestors ever lived?
Maybe I could ask you, how do we know they didn't? I mean,
It's on the basis of the claim that they did that all kinds of things happen. People are displaced. There's a money flow. I mean, it's a big question. A lot hangs on this. It's not some theoretical thing like, oh, look, my grandparents do this or that. It's like, no, we have a right to be here because my ancestors were here. Okay, how do we know they were here?
I'm totally unable to process what you're trying to get at. It goes back, do Jewish people have any land on this planet that should be there to
I
give
feel
them?
that way about all peoples. I feel that way about Jewish peoples. I feel that way about.
Okay, then you don't mind them having
Is
this
there
little
any
sliver of land,
country? Let me
right?
ask you this bluntly: is there any country that European peoples have a right to exclusively?
I think they have attained their land through conquest. I mean, let's ask
The
ourselves.
Britons attained their land through conquest, or they've always been there?
The Romans, the Greeks,
No,
have all these
let's
little things.
speak. No, let's certainly say that here. The Romans controlled this, and they expelled.
They
all
don't
the Jews.
anymore.
Amen. Yeah, I want them to control it.
Oh,
I'm anti-Roman. Okay, we're on the same page.
okay.
But my question is very simple. Is there any European peoples that possesses the same right to their land that the Jews, including people whose ancestors lived in Eastern Europe, possess here? The Britons, we know, the British people, the Scandinavian people, the Irish people, their ancestors have been there for thousands of years. That's provable through genetic testing. Do they have a right to their land exclusively?
Has anyone said, hey, they don't?
Yes.
What level would you like? First, middle, or last one? Okay, so have a good day. You're welcome. This is a damn good interview. He's asking all the right questions, and he's gonna catch hell for it. But it's true that anyone who asks these questions is labeled an anti-Semite. So how dare anyone challenge the narrative that white people put together? How dare you challenge us? We say it, so it's the truth. Empirical data, all it needs is for white people to agree to it. It doesn't have to be true. It has to be agreed upon.
Of course. Yes. No one will say they will. And I'm asking you, do they have that right?
And I'm not sure what that question involves, because no one is trying to force them out of their land, of their homes. But here,
why won't you answer that question? Because I just did. So the Irish people have the same right to their land.
I don't know that that's a biblical connection.
Okay.
But I'm a Bible believer.
Okay.
So that
But it's also a
important.
principle. And that is, and you said it 15 times.
Sometimes people have land because they were able to attain it through war. They were able to attain it with challenge.
I understand.
Are you wearing 7 layers? Raising your hand. You need a new 340 GSM military grade bearskin hoodie to get comfortable in the wild. It's the ultimate 10-pocket tack.
I understand that. There's all kinds of consequences. But we can't say that about the
The
Irish.
world borders change all the time.
Not actually, the borders of the island of England have not changed, nor
But the
island of Ireland. Those are just 2 examples.
Yeah.
You've got the indigenous people there. Do they have a moral right to that as their homeland?
And I think they would probably say, yes, we do, because we have ancient
What
history.
do you think?
I've never thought about whether
Now
they,
that I'm raising the question, and you've spent a lot of time thinking about the right of the Jewish people to their homeland, do the Irish have the same right to a homeland?
as long as they can defend it, and as long as they,
As long as they can defend it.
but Tucker, here's the point. I'm
Wait a
telling
second.
you,
Wait, hold on. Now you just flip back. You're the minister here.
yeah, and I'm telling
As
you,
long
there-
as they can defend it.
and you're
And if they can't
not
defend it,
allowing
they
me to
lose their
tell
right.
you that I think that what is very, very special here is that there is a biblical as well as an ethnic and a historical. So you can take any one, but if you add them all together, biblical, historical, and ethnic, you have a very strong case. That the Jewish people are living in a land that is indigenous to them, that has been their historic homeland for 3,800 years. And you can also look in the archaeology, the stones trot out. Okay, you've been to the city of David, for example. Okay, so you know then that, and I love you, it's an amazing place. It may be the greatest archaeological discovery in all of history because it's stunning. And they still continue to find things that date the Jewish people to this land archaeologically for 3,800 years.
We can date the British people to their land much longer, much thousands of years longer. Stonehenge, 3,000 years older than any building built by the descendants of Abram in this country. And so it's fine. I'm not trying to invalidate anyone's right. I'm just wanting you to affirm that right, but it makes you uncomfortable and you won't. And I don't know why.
Because I've never honestly sat down and asked myself, are the lines around the
It's an island, so we know what the lines are.
I'm saying, but are those lines, are those rooted in something other than the historical connection? Well, great, then they should have it. But
They
that's
have
the
a right
question.
to have it. But then you said if they can defend it, and if they can't defend it, they lose the right.
But I didn't say it was exclusive on the other. I think you're really going off the
I just want to know if these principles apply universally or if they only apply to the people of Israel. My answer appears to be just the people of Israel are the only ones with these rights, and I just reject that.
I didn't say that, but I'm saying we are talking about Israel
We're in Israel. We're talking about Christian Zionism because you made some disparaging statements about Christian Zionists. You've apologized for them, for which I appreciate. And now we're trying to define Christian and Zionist. And it seems like we've gone way, way off of
trying
that.
to get, as you suggested as a former debater at the outset, I'm trying to get to terms and a common
Right.
understanding of what the words mean.
And the term
And I'm no
Christian,
closer to that than I was when I began.
you're not closer to the term Christian, what that means?
I think it's someone who followed Jesus. And
Okay.
that's my next question. There are a lot of Christians in the West Bank, and there were a fair amount of Christians in Gaza, and some of them have been killed.
There are 5,000 in Gaza.
And two different churches were hit by the IDF. Christian Hospital was hit 7 times by the IDF. And I don't understand.
They were not hit 7 times. There were different, I know. And one of the times it was a rocket that was shot by Hamas, and all the news agencies reported that the IDF shot the rocket.
Did the IDF ever hit the hospital or the church?
They did. Accidentally, and they apologized for it. And it was very unfortunate. But they also, you've got to remember, there were times Hamas often hid caches of arms under hospitals.
You bothered by the fact that the IDF hit Christians?
I'm bothered that anyone got killed in Gaza, but you know why I'm
You're a
bothered?
Christian
Because
minister,
here's the
and
thing.
You can't say that the Christians are Islamic extremists.
No, but I
And
can say that
I would
the
expect
reason
you to
that
side with the Christians over the secular government of Israel.
But I
don't
would
seem
look at it even more broadly. I would ask you this. Why was there so much suffering and continues to be suffering in Gaza? It's because Hamas, which could have built a Singapore, built a Haiti. They have a landmass the size of Las Vegas. They built tunnels underneath that are larger than the London Underground, over 500 miles of tunnels. They didn't build it to move people from one hospital to the other, one marketplace to the other, but to hide terrorists, hide weaponry. And on October the 7th, they went over there and they massacred 1,200 civilians. Massacred, mutilated, humiliated them.
You're never going to get me to this.
Experience the thrill with BetParks, where every moment counts and gigantic jackpots await every spin. Whether you're into slot roulette or card games, we've got them all. And the best part? Get up to $1,000 bonus back if you're down in your first 24 hours. With your favorite games just a click away, the fun never ends. You play for fun. You love to win. You bet. BetParks.
Hamas. Sorry.
Please don't.
I'm not going to.
But I'll
Ever.
tell you,
I'm appalled by it. How many civilians have been killed by the IDF in Gaza?
we don't know. You know
What's
why
your
we
guess?
don't know?
What's your guess?
Well, the only numbers we have come from this dubious entity called the Gaza Health Ministry. You know who that is?
Well, why doesn't
Hamas.
Israel have some kind of count on it?
We also know that a lot of the people who were killed were, in fact, warriors. Sadly,
How many kids were killed?
we don't know.
What's your guess?
I don't know. I'm sure it was thousands, and it's thousands too many.
kids.
Some of the kids who were killed had been recruited to be in the military. Kids as young
They were-
as 14
They were
years
terror
old.
kids. Did you hear yourself? I wonder.
I just said that there were kids as young as 14 that were recruited to be Hamas soldiers who were given arms.
How do you feel about the
horrible.
kids being killed?
I think it's horrible. You know what I also think is horrible? I think it's horrible that 1,200 people were slaughtered by
couldn't agree
people
more.
across the border,
I
and
couldn't agree
252 people were taken hostage. 48 of the 1,200 were Americans.
Agree more.
And then when
All
Hamas,
lives
when Hamas could have ended this on October the 8th and given all the hostages up, they didn't, leaving no choice.
You're never going to get me to defend Hamas.
I
I'm
hope
not pro Hamas. I'm
I hope
totally
not.
opposed to slaughtering innocents, whether Hamas does it or whether the government of Israel does it in much larger numbers. And the reason I'm opposed to it is because I'm a Christian and I believe that all souls are created by God.
I do not disagree with that wholeheartedly.
But I said, how many children have been
war is a
killed?
horrible thing, period. And we don't know. We know that a lot of the numbers were reported by
You said you
Hamas.
think thousands
A
of
lot
children
of
have been killed.
Yeah, and a lot of times, you know why they got killed? Because Hamas would gather up the children and put them in the targets. Do you know what Israel does? They send page messages, and they send text to every cell phone in Gaza, and they say, we're going to hit this particular target. They drop leaflets, and they announce where they're going to hit. Nobody does that. The U.S. doesn't do that. Israel does that in order to prevent, let me finish this, they do this in order to prevent civilian casualties. What Hamas does, they say, oh, this is the target. And by gunpoint, they push people into those various places. And then when people get killed, they say, look, Israel just slaughtered these people, even though it was Hamas who moved them into harm's way, knowing that it was going to put them in a place of danger and death and destruction. And they do that because they don't care. You say you care about life, I care about life. It's interesting that they don't care about life.
I'm not saying they don't does. You're never going to get me to defend Hamas. I'm good. I mean, you've said that 3 times, and I believe your dig at the United States is very revealing.
Why is it revealing?
Because your priorities are very clear.
No.
Yes, they are.
No,
yes, they are. And if an American, permit me a moment, of outrage, because I said many civilians have been killed. Yeah, you said right in the middle of your elaborate defense of the IDF's killing of civilians, including children, you said they do a better job than the United States does. That's my country and my government. And I consider what flag am I wearing here? Well, I'm asking why, what flag am I wearing? So that's, of course, my fight as well. And it's my fault. So why the dig at the United States in the middle of dig evidence? No. You totally misrepresent what you mean. You did not take a dig at the U.S. What I'm saying is the IDF is more humane than the U.S. I'm saying military. I'm just saying that Israel takes steps that we don't take and no other country that I'm aware of take to try to prevent. Because no matter what it does, they're going to get accused of genocide. That may be right, and I'm just telling you that they. But then let me ask you on that question. Okay, that's such a politically moved, but I resent the idea that you think I'm loyal to the U.S. You just said. Look, I'm not saying you're not loyal. I'm merely noting what you just said, which was that the IDF takes greater pains than the U.S. our military does to spare civilian lives. And I guess my question is, when was the last time the U.S. military killed this many civilians? Do you know? Well, it could have been Nagasaki, Hiroshima. Could have been Iraq, Afghanistan. We don't know the full number. And I think most Christians would say all of those things were atrocities because innocents were killed in large numbers, and we don't believe in that. And so that's not really a defense, is it? War is a horrible thing, Tucker, and there are people who end up, unfortunately, being killed that shouldn't have been. I would tell you that I wish that none of those people in Gaza had been killed after October 8th. I'm glad.
Not take oregano oil until you know about the 72 hour rule. And if you don't trust me, I've been practicing Ayurvedic medicine for over 10 years now because my family comes from a line of Ayurvedic doctors. Growing up, I was always taught the natural route instead of depending on antibiotics. Oil of oregano is extremely potent, and that's because it really helps target anything that shouldn't be in your body, including yeast, ED, flu, sinus stuff. I mean, there's a reason why they call it anti-everything. It really is anti-fungal, anti-flu, anti-yeast, anti-everything. This system is so powerful, it can stop the parasites causing the big leak in granddad. But here's what almost killed me first. Nobody warned us about the 72-hour rule. When you take oregano oil, it starts killing everything bad in you. Hour by hour, millions of bacteria, parasites, yeast are dying. By hour 72, your gut is a graveyard, and that's when the real terror hits. All those dead invaders release poison as they die. Dead yeast turns into alcohol inside you. At hour 72, you're drowning in poison. Your liver gives up. It can't handle the death blood. So your body does something terrifying. It sucks the poison back into your blood. My granddad got so sick at day 3, we almost rushed him to the hospital. He was turning, shaking, his pain got worse. We thought the oregano was killing him, not the parasite. Thank God my grandmother knew better. She said this happens to everyone who takes oregano oil alone. The dead toxins have nowhere to go. You're poisoning yourself with corpses. That's why you must take flaxseed oil with oregano. Flaxseed oil is like a poison magnet. It grabs all that death and flushes it out before your body sucks it back up. Without flaxseed oil, you're just moving death around inside you. The amounts matter if you need 6,000 milligrams oregano to 200 milligram flaxseed oil. That kills fast but flushes faster. I only count milligram oregano. Perfect amount. My granddad took by day 4 after the 72-hour crisis fast. The poison flushed out instead of killing him, and he was healthy again. Most people never make it past hour 72. They think oregano oil is making it worse. They quit right before the breakthrough, all because no one told them about it. Don't be stupid. If you're going to take oregano oil, get the kind of flaxseed oil. Otherwise, you're playing roughly 70 hours whether you're
very Shopify. We are live streaming right now. People of this, we are live streaming. My brother Adrian and I work with Shopify top affiliate partners, and we are currently building Shopify completely free. And again, live streaming. Just click the link to jump on the live. We'll build your store or jump off of the live stream. I'm doing this all day today, by the way. Don't know if we'll be doing it tomorrow. So thank you for joining us. We're not just building a store. We're also putting 20 top products in the store so that you start off with something and you don't have to question, what do I sell? Of course, you can have whatever you want, but we're going to start you off with 20 of the top trending products that we know we're selling right now. Okay? And then also, just so we're clear, we're not going to sell you a course. All right, I know everybody's going to tell you a course, blah, blah, blah. We're not. The reason we're not is, like I said, we are some of Shopify's top affiliate partners in the world. And they pay us a commission every time we send somebody to get a Shopify account. So we actually really don't have to charge you anything to build your store. We don't want to sell you a course. We want to give it to you. Because Shopify actually will pay us to let you keep your store for 90 days. Time I'm filming this is 90 days. That's wild, right? And so we have to teach you and train you and educate you and make sure check out Monaco. Monaco, this is Monaco. We have to make sure you for a full 90 days. So it doesn't do us any good to, do anything, try to sell you a course or anything. We're going to give you everything that you need. So what you need to do is click the slide. It's happening today. Some of those warriors and people masterminded and carried out the atrocities Socrates from Socrates. If they participated in that, then God help them. I'm telling you, just I don't know that they have to. They're 14 years old. I'm telling you that when someone commits the acts of atrocity and then they hold hostage, things for your children being held hostage and doing gossip, you get them out. I wouldn't want to kill 14 kids. I'll tell you that. Let me ask you something. You would do whatever it took to get your kids back if they were being tortured, raped, starved, and not kill children, period. Well, I'm just telling you. I never make excuses for killing children either. And I'm not talking about targeting children. I'm talking about hoping that 14-year-olds deserve to die because they want. I'm telling you, my question is, can you hear yourself? I do hear myself. So you think a 14-year-old child has agency? Do you think that he deserves to die because he's being used by adults? Isn't his death like crushing strategy? If he's holding the gun and he's pointing it to someone who's trying to save a hostage, and the only way to save that hostage, I'm telling you, it's a horrible thing, and a lot of it, and I think I'm sports are a horrible thing. No, I think, I'm trying to explain how horrible it is, and you're saying 14-year-olds you don't execute, you're putting words in my mouth. I didn't know what you're saying. You never said you deserved to. I say there are people who die, that is unfortunate. But I'm saying that you are not giving Israel credit for having done everything they possibly could to the level, quite frankly, in urban warfare. There has never been before. It is criticized Israel, but it's a foreign country, and I would much rather criticize a foreign country than my own. Feel free to do that. They can, but if you pivoted against our country, I say Israel's done a better job than our military.
No, I simply gave you the illustration, and I helped you understand that Israel goes to links that no other country, including ours, goes to in the middle of an open war. And yet, Israel ended up with
Right. Okay, so have a good day. You're welcome. Looks like I got more time than I got money.
Okay. We all like that.
That's right. Oh, shit. All right. $25,000 of those were actual warriors. How many civilians?
If you think all of those range from 100 to 78, those ones I just read, I don't know if that's real. I don't know either.
Those are, yeah, and I was telling you, those numbers I've not heard, have not read. The numbers that I think are more reportable are somewhere in the 60,000 range. Where do those most come from? The Gaza Health News. Those are not valid numbers. I think they are. I don't think that they're accurate, but I'm saying, let's
You're
just
saying they're
assume,
inaccurate, but they prove that Israel's
no, I'm
doing a
saying,
great job.
let's assume that the most
How about roofing? You need 50 homes in your area to try this perfectly simple new service. It's at no cost to try. This service is part of a program that will put homeowners with professional compound roof technicians in your area. Compound roofs are the latest innovation in roofing. They are beautiful and so easy to install. Get this, they don't even have to tear off your old roof. They can just pop these on in a day right off the top. It's so
cost you anything. There's no risk, no obligation. This site will tell you if there's still eligibility in your area. These beautiful groups can not only improve your house value, but also increase your monthly affordable heating bill significantly. So click the link below this video, connect and calculate the cost.
Widespread numbers, the largest numbers that have been reported out of Gaza by Hamas. Yes, let's assume they're true. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying they are true, but assume they're true. Let's just take them at their word. Then you still have a lower number of civilians killed than in any urban warfare environment in modern history. Fact. Is that a fact? Yes. What are you comparing it to any urban war? Name one. Iraq. We're in Afghanistan.
We're in Iraq. We're in Afghanistan. There aren't many urban areas in Afghanistan. I don't think there was any fighting in urban areas in Afghanistan. Kabul? Was there pitched battles in Kabul for long periods of time? I don't 20 years in Kabul. I don't think that's all of Afghanistan. But what were those rates? You're talking about what are the rates there? The number of people who were killed into the tens of thousands. I'm asking you to. The answer. I've never heard of any of this. You brought it up. You said the IDF has killed a lower proportion of civilians in urban warfare than any urban conflict in modern history. I've never heard that before. I don't know what are the controls for that. And you said, well, the U.S. military killed more civilians.
Would you agree that the real tragedy was that Hamas continued to force this war?
You just once again said that the IDF is more humane than the United States military. You just said that. You said in Iraq and Afghanistan, the U.S. military killed more civilians than the IDF did in Gaza. You just told me that. I never heard that before. And my question is, how do you know that? What are those numbers?
And I'm trying to explain to you that there were extraordinary efforts to keep the number for you. I think they were tens of thousands. I'll get them for you.
Well, you brought it up. That's the reason I'm pushing.
But I'm wearing a flag. I work for a country, and you pretended or alleged that somehow I'm not loyal to this, and I'm
criticizing. You just said they did a better job than the U.S. military in Iraq and Afghanistan. And I said, what are the numbers? And you said, I don't know. So on what basis are you making the claim that the IDF in Gaza spared more civilians than the U.S. Army and Marine Corps did in Afghanistan and Iraq? Why are you saying that? Like, on what basis are you saying that?
From the conversations that I've had with the people who fought there. And I don't have the exact numbers for you, but what I'm trying to help you to understand, and I don't think you're willing to go there, is that there was no desire to kill people indiscriminately in Gaza. I don't think there was any desire to kill people indiscriminately in Iraq, Afghanistan.
Let me just say, I think I know a bunch of people who served in the IDF, and I don't believe your average IDF soldier wants to kill innocents. I just want to be really clear about that. I don't think most soldiers want to do that.
Yeah.
I think a lot of them in our country, in Israel, wind up doing that because that's what war is about, and it really hurts them. I know people who've done it personally as well, and it's like wrecks their lives. So, but I don't think your average soldier wants that in this country or any other. Leadership is a different question, and I want to refer you very specifically to a number of speeches the Prime Minister, your friend Benjamin Netanyahu, gave in the aftermath of October 7th, including one in November of that year, when he referred to Amalek. Now, Amalek was a biblical reference. Of course, you'll be very familiar with that. The Amalekites were a tribe described throughout the Bible, particularly in 1 Samuel, that obstructed the Jews as they fled Egypt. And God tells Samuel to give the instruction to Saul to kill the Amalekites. And he says, and I'm sure you remember this, this is in 1 Samuel 15, of course, I'm sure, I know you know it. He says, kill the men, kill the women, kill the children, kill the infants, kill the donkeys, kill the camels, kill everything. And Saul spares the king, and he spares the animals. And for that, he is punished by God. That is genocide. God is calling for genocide of the Amalekites, of Amalek. And the Prime Minister of Israel, at least once, I believe on other occasions, described the Palestinians in Gaza as Amalek. That's calling for genocide. And you know that.
I totally disagree.
Then what it is?
Because to say that Israel was attempting to commit genocide, first of all, That's simply not true.
I'm saying, what is the Prime Minister talking about? Why would he refer to the Palestinians as Amalek? What is
You would
Amalek?
have to ask him. I don't know. I know what Amalek is. I do understand 1 Samuel 16. I get all that.
1 Samuel
15.
But I do understand, and it's widely known. So if you say our enemy is Amalek and we are proceeding on the basis,
Your teenager developed depression, anxiety, or eating disorders after becoming addicted to social media platforms. A global settlement may be
on the basis of God's commands to us, you are calling for genocide. Tell me how I'm missing something.
Because if Israel wanted to commit genocide, they could have done it in 2.5 hours.
We can debate
They
this
have
happened
done
in
it
Gaza.
2.5
I'm asking you why the leader of this country. Ask him. Well, what do you think?
I don't know.
Did it bother you at all?
People, I don't know what he meant. I don't know if it was an illustrative metaphor. I think what he was saying was that we're not going to let anything keep us from getting our hostages back, their sons and their daughters who are being brutalized, raped, tortured, starved, beaten. No,
There are many examples of justice in the Bible, but there are
Israel
very
gets accused of genocide regularly.
I'm not accusing Israel of anything. I'm saying as the Prime Minister of Israel described the
Do you
Palestinians
think he wanted to do genocide?
I'm asking why, of all the references in the Bible, and there's many to justice, and there are many to reconciliation, that is reference to genocide. Every man, woman, child, and infant, I'm quoting, and their animals, wiping them from the earth. And when they don't do that, they're punished. When you say that at the outset of a war, and then you wind up with massive civilian casualties, maybe not as big as they were in Iraq, then I have to ask you, what is that? And is that kind of thinking consistent with Western values and with Christianity? Do we as Christians believe it's okay to kill people's children?
No, we don't. And neither do the Israelis, because they didn't go after their children. If they had wanted to kill all their children, they've got the military capacity. They could have done it in less than a day.
I've heard you say that.
I know.
And I just
So
think
they could have done it.
okay, but
Why didn't they? Why didn't they?
I think there are a lot of decent people in Israel who don't want that. But I'm
Do
talking
you think that the Prime Minister wanted to wipe out every single person in Gaza? Do
I'm
you really
asking
think that?
you what you think is the U.S. representative of our government.
I don't think that that's what he wanted to do. Because
Ask him. Why are you
I
referring?
never had to ask him that.
Why?
Because I never saw any evidence that Israel tried to wipe out every single person. I just gave you examples when they tried to save civilians.
But I'm not.
And they
but
didn't.
wait. I'm not. As I've said, and I mean this. I think most soldiers in most armies, including the Israel Defense Force, don't want to kill civilians. I just don't believe that. I think there are some lunatics.
Can I ask you something? Yes. You platformed a guy, you had him on your show, Tony Aguilar. Don't platform anymore. Well, you interviewed,
Not a liberal, so I don't platform.
okay, you interviewed Tony Aguilar, who claimed that IDF soldiers killed a little boy in his presence. That didn't happen. It did not happen. I don't
know if you know whether it happened or not.
Well, I can tell you why I know it didn't happen. Because we found that little boy less than a week later. I was involved, heavily involved, in helping to extricate him from Gaza. 4 different countries were involved in getting he and his mother to safety, get them out. Tony Aguilar is there. Tony Aguilar claimed that he saw an IDF soldier shoot. He was fired from the GHS for cause. And he begged for his job, and they wouldn't give it back. They didn't want it. And he told them that if they didn't give his job back, that he would burn them down. He goes out. Now let me finish this. Okay, it's important for you to understand. Right. So this guy then goes out and makes up this story that he witnessed IDF soldiers shooting a little boy.
I don't know that he made it up. It's possibly wrong. I've been wrong many times.
Well, this is a little bit more than just missing a fact. He claimed to be an eyewitness to the murder of a little boy. A little boy that a week later we found.
And you're sure it's the same little boy?
We are absolutely sure that because we have pictures of him, we had descriptions of him, we know his name, we know his mother. He was extricated out of Gaza. It was a very delicate situation to get him out because if Hamas had found out that he was still alive, they would have killed him in order to validate Aguilar's story.
How do you know that?
So he gets out.
How do you know Hamas was?
I wouldn't they have wanted to kill him? Because that way they could have said that this story was true. If I'm just telling you
What you're saying is true, and I have
today.
no basis of knowing. Yeah, I'm really glad because I don't want little kids to get killed.
Anyway, but let me ask you, is it true?
He also made the claim, and he had audio of it, video too, that U.S. contractors were using live ammunition to disperse crowds, and he had video of that. Do you know did he make up that video?
There were times, here's what happened. Crowds would come to the sites, they were given and then they were given additional warnings, and there were shots were fired, even in the air, sometimes in the ground. And if they continued to come and threaten, there were times when there were people who were engaged in firefights. That happened.
Oh, they were armed?
Sometimes they were.
Do you know specific instances where they were armed?
I can probably get some specific.
I don't think I think I know the answer to that. Okay. If there's any evidence at all.
But I also know that.
Are you okay with using live ammunition at aid distribution sites for families, women, and children?
Very rarely does this happen here.
How about at all? Are you okay with that?
No. I'll tell you what I'm not okay with. No. I think you are so trying to put words in my mouth.
You said that they were firing back, but then no evidence that they
On
were.
a Sunday afternoon, I can remember when there was widespread reports.
This isn't your typical herbal book. It's a manual.
Reports on BBC, CNN, and the New York Times, and they said that 27 people were killed at a feeding site. We had video extensively over that site. Not one single person, not only were they not shot, nobody was shot at. There was not one bit of violence that happened at that feeding site.
Are you happy to defend BBC? Don't get into that. It's like defending Hamas. I agree with you. I don't believe anything I see in the media. It's just that it's really simple. If people are using, and these were American contractors, but these are not Israelis. Yeah, I'm aware of. American contractors run by some crypto minister or something who's running the group. If they're using live ammunition at an aid distribution site, that strikes me as totally unacceptable.
They were not firing.
Does it seem acceptable to you?
They were not firing at people got killed.
There's a way to.
Some of those people got killed because Hamas were trying to keep them from getting to the aid distribution sites because Hamas was controlling the food. Hamas made $500 million selling the food that was supposed to be given away for free. And what they were trying to do is to keep people from going to the sites where they were getting food for free. When we set GHF up, the first thing that happened, I know, but I'm telling you, the first thing that people said was, well, this is the first time we've had food that we got for free. Is it okay to buy it on our people? I just told you it was. That's awful. Yeah, it's awful. Of course it's awful.
Are all lives equal?
Of course they are.
So the death of a Palestinian is every bit as important and significant as the death of
Well, wouldn't it be? Of course it is.
I don't know.
There's no such thing as a human soul that God made that is less valuable than another. I'm pro-life. I believe that every life has intrinsic worth and value. There's no such thing as a worthless or a completely disposable life. That's what makes me pro-life, Tucker.
I totally agree.
And I believe that from the conception until the end.
I would never say when confronted with the death of children, words of hurt, because it minimizes the deaths of children. It's awful.
I don't think it minimizes. I think it's outrageous. What do we have? I wish we never had.
How many Americans do you think died in the war?
None died last year when we participated in the Troy War. Not one.
I think
said 20,000 would die. They didn't.
I think they could have. But they could die now, and that's a real risk.
How many boots on the ground do you think the U.S. has supplied for Israel over the course of its life? How many times have we put soldiers on the ground for Israel?
Well, we had the Apocalypse, which was for Israel. I think it's for Israel.
How was it the well, because it was a retribution against 9/11. Now, was it the best idea?
Was Iraq involved in that one?
Our government thought so.
Why are 9/11 documents successful?
I think so.
You're welcome. You're Well, you guys have a good day.
Thank you. You as well.
Thank
Drive safe.
Thank you, man.
What I think, let me be specific. I think the Israeli government strongly pushed the United States to take out Saddam Hussein. There's no question about that. I think the Israeli government right now, Bibi Netanyahu, has been in the White House 7 times in 1 year, pushing for regime change in Iran. I think they're on the verge of convincing this administration to affect. Do you think the president is weak and is being pushed? I know the president's being pushed. Why do you think a foreign leader was in the White House 7 times in 1 year? Are you okay with that? You know, Israel is not just an ally; it's a real partner. We have an incredible relationship with Israel in intelligence, in military, in culture, in values. You know, to be shocked that the Israeli question, do you think President Trump is weak enough to let Bibi Netanyahu, I don't push him into something that he doesn't? I don't. Look, I think, and I don't know, of course, the answer. I shouldn't be doing this one, but I think that President Trump really doesn't like nuclear proliferation, and I don't think. I don't want anyone to have bombing, including Israel. I don't know why we're okay with Israel having nuclear weapons. I'm not. I'm not okay with Pakistan having. I'm not okay with Saudi. Israel's nuclear weapons or the United States from nuclear proliferation. No, I'm opposed to all of that. I don't like nuclear weapons. It's mass murder as far as I'm concerned. So no, I don't want Iran to have a bomb, obviously. The question is, what are the potential costs? And you have to factor it into any decision. And what are the costs if they were to get a nuclear bomb? They've said for 47 years, death to America. But I don't think they targeted this. I don't think they targeted the all in theory,
Experience the thrill with pet parks, where every moment counts and gigantic jackpots await every spin. Whether you're into slot roulette or card games, you've got them all. And the best part, you have $12,000 bonus back if you're death in your first 24 hours. It's your favorite place to play. The fun never ends. You play for fun. You love to win. You bet. Pet parks. AI can create any character you want in seconds.
This used to require huge cognitive budgets.
Complex software and tons of time.
But right now,
our country is not thriving, and we're spending tens and tens and tens of billions of dollars over time defending Israel and helping it prosecute. Do you know where that money goes? It goes to a lot of places. Let's talk about that. $3.8 billion a year. That money goes right back to the U.S. to purchase weapon systems. But that every round and what the IDF shoots is manufactured just outside where I live in Colorado. They components, a lot of them from the Arrow 3 missile systems manufactured near Canada, which needs it, but Canada's economic press in the air. I do. And there are thousands and thousands of Americans, billions and billions of dollars makes in the U.S. and buys the things that we don't have to sell contracting. So, I know this. I guess what I'm saying is America's not thriving. Well, and you think it's Israel's fault? I don't think it's okay. Look it up. I just think that what we're doing isn't working at all, and America's not. I think the president is doing some amazing things to get us back on track. Okay, I'm merely saying that over the last 20 years, America's not gotten richer or freer at all, And I come to Israel, the infrastructure, we were flying in, and I said to my buddy, I was like, first of all, it looks great. I love the agriculture in Israel. It's just beautiful. I love green. I love plants.
I remember when it didn't look like that.
Yeah.
First time I came here 53 years ago,
Right?
it did not look like that.
Great. Looks a lot nicer than our country. And it has higher standard of living. It has nicer roads than the United States. And so it's like, okay, why are we sending all this money to a country that has a higher standard of living than ours?
I don't know that they have a higher standard of living.
They do actually. They have free health care. They also have free abortion. Are you okay with that?
I personally don't like that.
Why would we be subsidized? Why would we send any
We're
money?
not.
Why would we send any money to a country that provides free abortion?
Because the money that we spend does not pay for health care. It does not pay for abortion. It pays for military goals.
It's like if they don't spend it on this, they'll spend it
But
on
they
that.
do spend it on that. And then we get many more times back in the return on investment.
Why don't we say we're not sending you any more money as long as you have free abortion?
Well, that would be a policy decision.
Would we be for that?
I would be okay with it because I hate abortion. I think it's horrible. I hate it.
Are we spending the money for paying for free
Because they're not
abortion?
paying for abortions with the money. And because we, in turn, get billions of dollars. So return on investment is estimated somewhere between 400 and 1,200
For these numbers, I just live there and I know, and I'm, by the way, I'm for American manufacturing. The defense industry is totally corrupt and seedy, as you know. However, I like to see American companies thrive. Like, it's complicated. I'm not an extremist or absolutist on clearly anything, but it's abortion. However, net, as we say, our country is not really thriving. And
we're also totally why is that the case? Is it because we've done a lousy job controlling our borders, a lousy job of controlling our economy? It's a lot of things. But we own that. I think President Trump is doing remarkable things. I cannot imagine any president. I know, but if you're saying the country is in trouble, let's
say
get
we're out of money.
Let's give a credit to what the president is doing to get us out of debt, because I think what he's doing economically.
I'm not supporting Hamas, and I'm not backing Trump. Okay, just with those baseline agreements. It's also true that like our debt is not sustainable, and so given that, like, what do you think it will cost? What would it cost to move all these to move a fleet off Iran into the Persian Gulf?
A lot less than it would to bury a lot of Americans if they ever got a long-range ballistic missile. A lot less.
Yeah,
Tucker, I want you to understand that when Iran is told us for 47 years they're going to kill us, do you think they would do it if they had the capacity militarily?
What would happen if Iran took out any of the energy facilities? Took out a bunch of them. What would happen to the United States economy?
Well, our economy probably would survive because we have energy independence thanks to President Trump. Would survive. Our economy is
What
based
happens
on
to
our
markets? What do you think?
It would be a terrible thing to happen globally. It's why Iran is a global threat. It's why Iran, through its proxy stuff, and this is another thing.
They're not blowing up energy infrastructure right now, but if we try to regime change them, they have said that they will. I don't know if they will or not.
I don't either. It's better risk that they have their own problems to defend if they try to do that. And they lose their own energy capacity.
Worried about too, if they took out, and I don't know what's going to happen. And I guess we're not supposed to think about worst case because that makes us pro-Islamic or something. But I'm an American and I don't want a depression in our country. It's too fractured and unstable right now. I don't think we want that at all. Okay,
None of us want that. None of us want that.
Not right now, we don't. Not at all.
I don't want it. I don't want it next year, next week.
This year, see now, all these states are basically in a state of insurrection against the federal government. They're not enforcing the basic law of the land, which is immigration.
Thank goodness President Trump is pushing back and
I agree. I'm just saying, supports if all of a sudden
compliance
market just tanked and gapped, tripled or whatever, and you had, like a severe recession or something worse. Massive cost. And I don't see anybody factoring in that possibility. Iran said it will do it. You've said 10 times they're evil. Okay, but yeah. Then why wouldn't they take out the Qatari gas fields and share with Qatar or refining, petrochemicals, extraction in any of the Gulf countries? That would cripple us.
And if you don't believe me, I work in Ayurvedic medicine and I've been in this space for over a decade. I actually have my own clinic right here in Los Angeles, and my goal is to help people live a holistic lifestyle instead of depending on antibiotics. Oil of oregano is nature's strongest antibacterial property. But what exactly does that mean? It means that it So think of yeast, candida, sinus, bacteria, microbial, anything that's bad in your body, and it detects it as a root problem, essentially flushes it out of your system. Now, you want to make sure you're taking oil with carrier oil because it's way too strong to actually digest on its own. So I personally like to take it with black seed oil. Black seed oil and olive oregano work really well together because they're natural healing properties. Because a lot of big brands are cutting corners these days using diluted oils, synthetic fillers, or skipping black seed oil completely. So I only take mine from Brasilia. Brasilia combines pure therapeutic grade oregano oil with cold pressed black seed oil in one clean 110% scale. It's made ethically in the US, third party tested for purity and potency, and 100% non-GMO and gluten free. I take it 2 weeks on and 2 weeks off. So 2 weeks daily, then a short break to let my gut flora naturally rebalance. That's the perfect Ayurvedic chemical cleansing without overstimulation. And just a heads up, they're rarely discounts, but right now they're running up to 70% off while supplies last. So if you still see the link below, it means it's available. And I grab it while you can. Brasilia, cleanse, restore, and feel like yourself again.
My name is Chef Johnny, and what I'm about to share with you sounds absolutely impossible. But it happened to me back in 2008 in Detroit, Michigan. And since then, this accidental discovery has helped tens of thousands of people, including celebrities and just regular folks with birth, their diabetes, their high blood pressure, and many other symptoms without a single prescription drugs. I'm going to tell you exactly how it happened, but I need to warn you first. Doctor isn't going to like the story. Not because it doesn't work, but because it works too well. And it has nothing to do with blood pressure medication, the kind that they've been prescribed to you, or the insulin that you've been taking for years. See, what I've discovered are complete excellence. What I'm about to reveal to you changes everything that we've been told about diabetes and high blood pressure. This is about therapy. And once you understand what I'm about to show you, everything will all make sense. So let me take you back to where it all started. It was 2008. I was working as an herbalist in Detroit, Michigan. I had built a reputation over the years. People would come to me when conventional medicine couldn't help them. When they tried everything else and nothing worked. Until one day my phone rang. It was a man that I've known before. But this time, I could hear the panic in his voice. Chef Johnny, he said, I need your help bad, man. I said, what's up? What's going on? He said, I just got offered my dream job. Over $100,000 a year. Life-changing money, man. But there's a problem. He said, the problem is that they want to take a hair follicle drug test. And I only have 48 hours. Now, if you don't understand about hair follicle drug tests, then let me explain something. These aren't like regular drug tests. Regular drug tests might go back a few days, maybe a few weeks. But hair follicle tests, they go back 5 years ago. And this man, he used to smoke a lot of marijuana. And he was stopped about a year or so. So he was worried because it didn't help. This decision from his past life cost him everything. He said, I don't know if I can pass this test. And they told me that I would lose the job, lose my salary, man, I would lose everything that I've been working for. I could hear the desperation in his voice. Chef John, can you help me? And I'll be honest with you, I've never dealt with this specific situation before. But I told
Well, energy-wise, again, we have independence because President Trump put measures in place that gave us the capacity.
We set international energy prices in the United States?
In some ways we do, because our own market and our own production has a whole lot to do with what those world costs are going to be.
You took Saudi energy production or Qatari energy production or Emirati energy production.
And that is making an assumption. that if there were regime change, that they would be more effective at attacking than we would be defending. And that's a pretty...
Can we defend the Straits of Hormuz? Can we defend all of that energy infrastructure? Is anyone even asking these questions, or it's all like a Mark Levin episode? Like, they're bad.
They are certainly asking the questions. That's part of the whole process.
Is it? I've raised this before, and it's like, shut up, Carlson. You're taking money from the jihadis. You're never taking a dime from anybody. I just care about the United States, and it freaks me out, and no one else seems worried about this.
And caring about the U.S., you should care about the fact that the proxies of Iran have moved globally. 12 Central and South American countries have Hezbollah deeply embedded. Venezuela, in other words. They're in the Western Hemisphere already. Do we know how...
Where would you rank that on the like list of concerns for the average American? Hezbollah and
I doubt most Americans think about it. I think about it because I know what they do. I know that if it weren't for Iran, there wouldn't be Hamas, there wouldn't be the Houthis, there wouldn't be Hezbollah. We wouldn't have the problem on the border with Lebanon. We wouldn't have the problem with Yemen. We wouldn't have the
problem on the border with Lebanon. I'm an American. I'm not having any problems on the border with Lebanon right now. I live in Maine. We don't have problems on the border with Lebanon. Like, what are you even talking about?
There's 700,000 Americans who live in Israel, for one thing. Does that matter to you?
Of course, every American.
Okay, well, good. Every life you say matters to me, so that should matter.
Well, my country, like,
when they start like shelling civilians, and civilians get killed and displaced, that should matter to all of us.
I mean, there's the genocide going on in all kinds of different countries. There's a lot. What's sad and broken about the world, we know that as Christians, Satan rules the world. But our job as like members of a nation state is to look after our community, our families, right? So I don't think any of the concerns that you've just raised, which I think are all real, I'm not disputing them at all, are even in like the top 100. So how can the U.S. government be spending this much time and money worrying about things that are not on the list of Americans' concerns? Do we have self-government? Does it matter what Americans actually think, or doesn't it?
Of course it does, but it also matters
how much does it matter?
What the threat is to Americans. Do you think there's a threat to Americans because of the proliferation of the proxies in Iran?
Conceivably there is. I'm not pro-Iran.
Unconceivable. Do you think that they mean it when they say for 47 years?
Cartels, like,
imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform. Drive what you want and watch it take shape. You plan, customize, and expand in any direction. Tools built for one to platforms ready for many. From passion projects to enterprise-grade systems, everything is built in and ready to launch. It's a new world of creation. You can go as far as your imagination takes you. Can you imagine it? Let's make your dream reality right now.
Lifting weights does not always right. Lifting weights through interval training through present cardio has no focus. In 2020, Harvard researchers made a shocking discovery. They found that as you get older, your muscles effectively go to sleep. Let me explain. When young men work out for protein, it sends powerful growth signals to the muscle. But over the years, especially at the age of 40, your muscles can stop responding. And even with hours of working out, mistake. For chugging protein shakes, your muscle mass only goes one way, down. Experts call this anabolic resistance because your muscles literally resist the things that make them work. And the worst part is practically inevitable with age. In fact, because of anabolic resistance, men can lose 1% of their muscle mass every year. Something more than doubles the odds of living up to an. So what's the answer? How can you wake up your muscles to feel strong, lean, and energized with age? Well, it all starts with what's most overlooked use of our substance, amino acids. You see, amino acids don't need to be broken down like protein. Instead, they go straight to your muscles, waking up muscle tissue, triggering growth almost instantly, up to 2 times more than protein alone. However, not all amino acids are created equal. It turns out there are 2 rare amino acids that knock all others out of the park, thanks to their incredible ability to wake up lean tissue and help guys pack on serious muscle. The first is leucine, a powerful molecule so effective it can boost strength and muscle mass even without exercise. In a recent study from the University of North Dakota, scientists took 130 people with sarcopenia, aka severe muscle loss. The researchers split the patients into 2 groups, asking both of them to do a gentle 20-minute exercise session a few times a week. But while one group was given a placebo, the other was given a drink full of muscle-building leucine. Now, the placebo group actually lost up to 2 pounds of muscle. But the group taking the leucine, they gained up to 5 pounds more muscle. How crazy is that? And while leucine is already one of the most powerful ways to grow muscle, this next amino acid gives even more impressive results. It's called HMB, and this stuff is live. In one study from Tampa University, researchers found that HMB more than tripled muscle gain over 12-week training period. Incredibly, guys taking HMB gained an average of 16 pounds of muscle, more than 1 pound of muscle a week for 3 months nonstop. In fact, HMB's amazing muscle growing power has been proven in over 90 clinical studies. But there is a catch. HMB is incredibly hard to find in the American diet. Believe it or not, it'd take eating 5 pounds of beef liver every single day for just a few grams of this vital amino acid. Yet, it's not all bad news. It turns out it's one far easier way to getting a powerful dose of HMB I'll share in a minute. Because here's the thing. While muscle mass is crucial for mobility, let's be honest, looking good without a shirt on is not the whole picture. You see, there's another part to having healthy muscles, and it has little to do with how big they are. Muscle strength. Having strong muscles is vital past 50. After all, it lets you keep doing the things you love, like long walks with loved ones, throwing a baseball around with your son or grandson, fishing, hunting, working out. Basically not feeling like home again. Now, one of the best ways to build muscle strength is thanks to modern science, it's not the only way. If these sports scientists from New York recently made a report, they were looking for a natural way to supercharge muscle strength. And they came across amylopectin, chromium, 2 compounds which individually were already helping powerlifters crush world records. So the scientists combined them. And they were blown away by what they found. They discovered this new power combo stimulated key muscle growth hormones, leading to a massive 30% increase in strength and power. One study, in fact, found it also doubles squat reps and failure, as well as helping them use 20 pounds or more. The researchers call this power combo velocity. So if exercise and everyday tasks are getting harder, could change it. But before I go on, there's a final piece of the puzzle. Because even for guys with older biceps, or thighs like tree trunks, there's one thing that can undo all of that: body fat. New research shows fat is a key trigger for anabolic resistance and can actively block muscles from growing. Fortunately, though, there's one cheat code to get around this. It's called oxalic acid. And studies show it achieves something we've been searching for decades: a way of torching fat and building muscle at the same time. Oxalic acid takes energy from fat reserves and uses that energy to help people. In one clinical trial from Florida State University, patients completed 8 weeks of training while taking oxalic acid each day, while another group was given a placebo. Now, the placebo group actually gained weight, but the group taking their oxalic acid, they lost over 25% of their total body fat. Yet despite shedding pounds of fat, they also got up to 12% stronger over the trial, while gaining an additional 2 pounds a month. Plus, don't forget the old saying, the quickest way to look like you gain 10 pounds of muscle is to lose 5 pounds of muscle. next step was obvious. I reached out to some friends in the medical industry, and I was seeing the best quality HMP, lutein, maltitol, and ursolinic acid, and then blended them to my daily protein shake. Within just a few days, I started feeling stronger, more energized, waking up looking forward to the day, rather than dreading the task that lay ahead of me. Then, after a week, when I flexed my bicep, I could actually feel solid muscle. And when I stepped on the scale, I was somehow 3 pounds lighter. I started going to the gym again. And to my shock, led in years. For 3 weeks, I was squatting more than I was in my 20s. It was an incredible feeling. Over the next few months, all clients asked me what my workout regimen was or what diet I was following. So I shared my muscle building plan with a few of them. Within days, my phone was ringing off the hook. More and more guys wanted to try it, but there was a problem. Each company nearly had a muscle source of medical credentials, and with demand increased almost daily, around fast. Today, though, over a year later, I have new and thrilled to share. After 13 months of research, development, and testing, this muscle building, that burning blend is finally ready for a limited public release. We call it Muscle Defense by K-Transformers. A brand new formula, guys over 40, build muscle, and torch fat, and feel stronger, more confident, and energized than ever before. Muscle Defense combines HMB and lutein for major muscle growth, with velocitol to amplify strength and explosive power, and ursolinic acid to support healthy long-term performance. On top of this, we also add hydraulic wave protein, the purest, most bioavailable, and easily digestible protein. For reduced craving and improved recovery, we have 50-gram muscle milk. Simply add 1 scoop to 10 ounces of water with or shake for 30 seconds, and that's it.
I was and I always looked out for my muscles, but I turned 40 a few years ago. It hurts. It's in your body, you get all that extra fat. But I came across Dr. Vicky for his taking, and I bought a few packs of this muscle defense powder. I'm pretty skeptical, so I didn't think it was going to do much for me. But wow, 3 weeks in, and I'm feeling stronger, leaner. My wife is great. God bless you, Tracy.
As I was getting older, one of the things that happened when I got, especially right knee, and my thumb started to get hard every day. So I see the good doctor's video, and I did it. Great. We walked home,
Like in my town, and no one's doing anything about it at all. And I'm hearing a lot about
doing anything about that.
No one's doing anything about it at all. Okay, that's a fact. We have a huge country. This is a country the size of New Jersey with no resources. It's just a tiny little country. We're from a huge continental country. It's totally diverse, very, very hard to manage and police, and we have a lot of problems. And I just think if you ask Americans, what they want to spend their time worrying about fixing, improving, no one's going to mention the World Weatherman that I know. Do you think? I doubt they will. But then why are we doing it?
Why do you think there are people that the U.S. government has monitoring what the threats are to Americans long term?
Sure. Yeah,
do you think there's a threat? The question is, when people tell you what the threat is, well, but I don't know if the governor ever said he was going to take down America.
Get ready for fiery fun on DraftKings Casino, home of the largest cash eruption collection. New players play $5 and get 500 spins over 10 days on your favorite cash eruption club. Plus, get first day refund to 1,000 credits. It's the first time you've ever done.
this offer is not coming back anytime soon. Stock up now. Yeah, I'm actually mad right now because nobody told me about the Botana oil sale this weekend. Oh, you didn't know either? If you want the real healing power of Botana oil, the same oil Dr. Cindy recommended for hair loss, dry scalp, and eczema, Botanica oil you can trust. 100% pure, no fillers, no fake. And right now, Botanica doing a buy one get one free deal for Labor Day. I'm like, I didn't know you would say something sooner. Well, now you know. You better not miss it. Go grab one before it's gone.
But the Iranian regime has said for 47 years they are. If they had the capacity of a long-range ballistic missile and nuclear capability, you think they'd light that puppy up and send it to us? I don't know. But I know this from sitting here last year for a war that I went through in less than a year. The Iranians rained down ballistic missiles.
Can I ask you a question? Like, how much does it matter what Americans think?
It matters every bit what Americans think. That's why Americans vote. It's why Americans have the opportunity to have free speech. We know that.
Okay, so what percentage of Americans support a war?
I don't know. Do you know?
I'm sorry. I saw the numbers yesterday. It was like 21%. Okay. Is that enough to have a war fund?
We don't live in a world where you have a poll taken to find out whether our policy should be in a particular direction.
No, I thought you just said that we vote.
No, we care deeply about it. But on the other hand, do we make the decisions of foreign policy and even domestic policy based on
we
what
care
the latest
deeply about it in what sense? How if we're ignoring it, then what sense do we care deeply about it?
I think we care deeply when we see there's a threat.
No, but about Americans' opinions. So you've got 350 million Americans. They voted in the last election on the basis, in part, of the promise no more wars. Okay? So now we're about to have a war with Israel. 80% of people are against it. In that range, let's say 70%, but nowhere near majority support for this war. And it's not direct democracy, but it is a form of democracy. It's representative democracy. The ultimate form of democracy in our system, in the republic, is democracy. Exactly. Right? It's a mediated democracy.
It'll be an opportunity for Americans to vote if they think that we've made the wrong policy decisions. I personally think the president is making the right policy.
But I guess you just said it matters deeply what Americans think, and if the overwhelming majority are against it, in what sense does it matter? Because what I hear is it matters what they think, but it really doesn't matter what they think because
No, you take it in, you certainly ingest that.
but ultimately once you ingest it,
Then you make sure that you have. No,
you just got it. It goes out the other end. Obviously.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't, Tucker. But you also have information that the average American may not have. They may not know what the threat is. How many Americans know that Hezbollah is in 12 Western Hemisphere
How many
countries?
Americans care?
Well, I would hope they would all care. How many Americans know how many people from Iran, from terrorist cells, have come across Joe Biden's open border? How many Americans
I
care?
definitely care about that.
Okay, you
Why
care
haven't
about
they
it,
been rounded up?
but they're trying. But you got all these blue state mayors and governors making it very difficult.
I get it.
But thank God President Trump is trying to get it done.
Look, I'm totally all for that completely. Okay, I guess what I'm saying is that most Americans, I've never met an American who thinks, other than my people who have ideological reasons to pretend they think it, that the imminent threat to America is anything having to do with Iran. Imminent threats to America include like bankruptcy from too much debt, your son ODing on fentanyl, your neighborhood completely changing because unlike Israel, Americans don't have a right to their country. It can just be completely changed by their legislature. New people can show up from foreign countries and not speak your language. There's nothing you can do about it because you don't have a right because you're not needy. Can you feel the resentment? Because it's real. I'm not against Israel. I'm against the total destruction.
hide that very well.
I'm mad at my leaders for not protecting my country with the care they've protected Israel.
I don't think that your country, my country, our country, has spent that much time protecting Israel. I asked you a little bit ago.
They spent no time protecting my country.
No, I asked you. Well, actually, they do. They are the tip of the spear. Every enemy that's happened to our
country?
things that are targeted toward us often go through them.
How do we have 60 million illegal aliens if they protected my country?
Well, we didn't protect our country because we had a president that opened up the borders and didn't give us anything.
Since Reagan, 1986. That's 40 years
President
later.
Trump the credit for help. It was the border.
I love the fact I can't pay for Trump because he said he impulsive where he did. Amen. Thank you, Trump. But we had Reagan. Then we had Bush. Then we had Clinton. Then we had Butch again. Then we had that guy, Obama. And then the presidents, him. And they all presided over my country's total transformation from a nice, clean, affluent, orderly society into like a pretty third world, actually. That's not protecting us. It's giving full contempt for my country.
You said a moment ago that we do more at our UN party, that we do more for Israel than we do for ourselves. Do you believe that?
Now, Brazilian oil oregano is available for the lowest price of the year, up to 70% off plus free gifts. This is what it looks like. Honestly, it's normal, high-quality oregano oil is rare and expensive, especially when compared to flaxseed oil like Brasilia has, which makes it super potent at blocking parasites, supporting digestion and immunity. Normally, a product this effective fortune, but right now during Black Friday, you can save up to 70% and you can get some free gifts with your order. Seriously, this sale won't last long. If you're thinking about trying a natural parasite cleanse that actually works, this is the perfect time to stock up for yourself or your family. Click the button, grab your Brazilian oil and oregano, and don't miss this once again Black Friday.
NetCredit is here to say yes to a personal loan or line of credit. Then another lender's apply online and get funds deposited the next business day or sooner. Go to netcredit.com. NetCredit. Credit to the people.
No, I didn't see we do more for Israel. It's like, but where's the care? Where's the concern? Where's the holy smokes? There are drug cartels in your neighborhood. You're telling me about the border with Lebanon and like Hezbollah, whatever you call it, in some Latin American country. I don't care. There are drug cartels in my neighborhood. I know people who died of fentanyl ODs. Where the fentanyl from? Probably from Mexico.
From China, true.
Yeah, the precursor chemicals they say come from China. I get it.
And who's in that axis with China? Iran.
Larry Fink is in that axis with, no, actually, the heads of our biggest corporations are in that axis with China. I don't care about Iran at all. I care about America. And if blowing up Iran makes my country richer and safer, I'm for it. And if it doesn't, I'm totally opposed. It's that simple. I think most Americans feel that way now.
I asked you a question a little bit ago you never got back to, because I think it's an important one. Because one of the things that I sense of tension with you feel like that we do too much for Israel, we're getting nothing from it. And I asked you how many,
no, I don't think we're getting
how many boots on the ground has the U.S. placed on behalf of Israel?
However many went to Iraq, we did that for Israel.
No, I don't think we did.
You said we did it because of 9/11?
That's was the U.S. justification for it.
But it wasn't it? So what was the actual reason?
Well, that's the U.S. government told us it was from them. They told us that they were part of it. They had weapons of mass destruction.
They knew they had obviously. There's no evidence. So what was the actual?
Israel was not in that component.
Israel had no influence on our decision to invade Iraq. That's not what the people who made the decision say. They say Israel,
let me get back to the point.
Gave us that information about the fake weapons of mass destruction. What do you think that question came from BB?
How many Americans put their boots on the ground for Israel? The answer is Israel.
Everybody who served in Iraq put their boots on the ground for Israel.
Did not.
Where did we get the information about the weapons of mass destruction that wasn't real? We didn't get that.
You're saying we got that from Israel? That Israel was one who pushed us into that?
Oh, absolutely.
You really believe it?
I know that for a fact. Or so does every. Yes, this has been widely written about and discussed. And I'm not attacking Israel. They thought it was in their interest to take out a government that was paying the families of suicide bombers. I get it. I'm not mad at Israel about that. I never have been. I'm mad at the Bush administration and all the people who went along with this to the detriment of my country. That's who I'm mad at. Not Israel. Bibi is doing what he can for his country, whether he agrees with him or not. I want my leaders to do the same for my country. That's it.
I think the present leadership is doing just that. I truly do. And I don't think that it's at all to even intimate that tiny little Israel is pushing the U.S. into something it does not want to do.
Our leaders appear to want to do it. Our public does not want to do it at all. Public does not want war with Iran. Bibi does. He's gotten seven trips to the White House. The average American the average American doesn't have that level of access, and a foreign leader does 7 in 1 year, and now we're moving toward war with Iran. The average American doesn't want that war. The average American is outraged. Don't you understand? I'm not attacking Bibi at all. I'm the strongest president I've ever seen in my lifetime, going back to Eisenhower for a decade. No, listen to me. Tucker, for God's sake. I'm not attacking Trump. I know, but you're making it sound like that he is being pulled into something that he really doesn't want to do, or pulled into something because he's persuaded. I'm neither saying that nor implied. In the meeting last week, I was at the meetings last summer. I can assure you, President Trump is not being led into something at all. To be clear, Minister Netanyahu, to be clear, I'm neither saying that nor implying. Good. What I am stating out loud is true, and that's that Prime Minister Netanyahu, Bibi Netanyahu, has way more influence over American foreign policy than Americans do. And we know this because he wants a war with Iran. The overwhelming majority of Americans don't want a war with Iran, and we're very likely to get a war with Iran. So who has more influence, Benjamin Netanyahu or 80% of Americans? I would say that's outrageous. That's all I'm saying. I would counter that. Bibi Netanyahu does not want a war with Iran. To say that he wants a war, you know who's going to be at the very front of that? His people. And I don't agree with that. I'm with him enough to know he does not want a war. He doesn't. Does he think that there may be a necessity of taking a war in order to prevent an attack on not just Israel? I think I know too much. I mean, let's be real. Okay, so there was Stephen Coffin, my opinion. Take which was a clinical study. They found people who wound up actually drinking the hot chocolate twice a day for the course of a month, they doubled the number of stem cells compared to people who drinking them. So when they measured their blood flow, they found that the blood flow was much faster.
Here's how I make my high flour water. I used 1 scoop of that 1 scoop of flour. It has only 20 calories and 0 sugar at night. Then I set my stove to medium-high heat, and I add a cup of my favorite milk. You can use whichever you prefer and mix in the cocoa powder. Once it starts to simmer, I keep stirring. You want to make sure you don't let it cook. You can add any sweetener you like. I added 2 teaspoons of raw honey. Once everything is smooth and combined, I pour it into my cup and it's ready to enjoy.
Credit card words are scattered on different apps. These patterns can feel like a chore. Get a cleaner view with the Cards Optimizer from Intuit Credit Card. See all your benefits in one easy place, and get helpful reminders when they're about to expire, so you can make every first shine. Download the app and get started. In my opinion, this Mr. Sterling guy is a good guy. He's a good guy. That's my opinion. And kind of pro-American and just couldn't be nicer and wants the right thing. Probably Trump's best friend. He and maybe Jared too are involved in a negotiation with Hamas.
Are you mean with Iran?
With Iran, yeah. I'm so sorry. Okay. And the Israeli government short-circuits it by hitting Iran. So, like,
what do you mean they short-circuited by hitting Iran?
They did everything they could to shut down the negotiations between the United States, the Trump administration, and Iran. And look, they're acting again in their own interest. But our country should also act in its own interest. That's all I'm saying. And so don't tell me that Bibi doesn't want a war with Iran. He doesn't. If Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff to be successful in getting the president's demands, and keep in mind, these are the president's demands. What are those demands? No enrichment, no nuclear weapons, keep killing your own people in the streets for the tens of thousands. You and I both agree that it's a horrible thing to kill your own citizens, which Iran is a horrible thing to kill anybody's citizens, anybody's citizens. We agree on that, except that they're 14. But no.
It's still a tragedy.
It is. Sorry, I'm being.
You really are being.
I am. I know.
I'm gonna write down.
You're right. You're right. I admit it. I know.
It's a jerk.
Oh, yeah, jerk. Everyone knows that. I mean, I'm trying to. Okay. No, but I agree with you 100%. Of course, it's a
If that could be done, and I pray it can.
Yep.
And you know why? Number one, because it would be wonderful for everybody. Number two, if there is a war, you're going to be 6,000 miles from it. You know where I'm going to be? In the bullseye. Do I want there to be a war? No. Do Israelis want there to be a war? No.
I keep hearing Israel's fighting a 7-front war right now.
What are the 7 fronts? Well, you got Lebanon, you have Egypt. Now, Egypt was not an active war, but you have the Muslim Brotherhood who's in Egypt. You've got the Muslim Brotherhood in Jordan. You've got Syria.
If they're fighting over Jordan,
With the Muslim Brotherhood that is in Jordan, not directly with Jordan, not the government.
what do they?
You've got Hezbollah, you've got Lebanon, Houthis. In Yemen, you have Hamas in Gaza. You have the threats that come from Iran. And how many of those?
That's 7.
That's 7. Okay. I'd give you an 8th one. You know who's the 8th one? The media. No, I would tell you there's an 8th-front war. Those
How many journalists has Israel killed in Gaza?
I don't know.
Over 200.
It seems like, now, are they real journalists? Because a lot of those people that were supposedly journalists were actually Hamas fighters that are documented Hamas fighters. So that's why I asked you how many are actual journalists.
You know, I don't know, but a lot of them were. I mean, they worked for big news organizations and they had press written on their chest.
Yeah, some of them had UNRWA cards, and they were also working for Hamas.
So Hamas is turned into, do you think that over 200 journalists killed in Gaza are all fake journalists who deserve to be
I have
killed?
no idea how many the total number is. I don't have the credentials, but I know that there were quite a few that were actually Hamas fighters that protected Hamas. Ask the hostages. The hostages came back and they started telling about the number of people that were doctors and hospitals that held them hostage in their homes, or the number of people who were pretending to be journalists who were actually holding them hostage.
As someone
I'm
who's
just telling you that there's a lot more to
as someone whose tax dollars helped pay for killing all the civilians in Gaza, I feel like I have a right to know how many were killed, and Israel won't let outside observers in to figure it out, and I'm frustrated with it. My last question is about Christians, both Christians who visit and Christians who live here, particularly in the West Bank. I spoke to someone recently, a Christian minister who grew up in a town right outside Bethlehem. We would know it as Shepherd's Field. In the New Testament, where the shepherds were tending their flocks in Matthew, and of course the angels come and announce the arrival of Jesus in nearby Bethlehem. His friend became Christian, he said, for 2,000 years. He said he grew up in a strong white settlement. But people were not from Israel at all. While in the United States settlement, they had different roads that the native Christians are allowed to use. I don't know how that works. And he described a story where his mother was shot outside their house by an IDF soldier for reasons no one ever claims to describe. But no one's ever come forward and even explain why they did it. He basically described being careful.
New players get 500 spins over 10 days on your favorite Cash Eruption slot. With exclusive race of Cash Sale players today and classic Cash Eruption tomorrow. Here's your lucky bet. Cash the cycle and get 500 spins. The fun and fun you've ever fun on DraftKings Casino.
Terrorized by settlers. And I wonder if that's a concern for you, the native population, the indigenous population.
Did this happen in Bethlehem?
It happened in Shepherd's Field, so it's a Christian village. Beth Sopor, I think, is its name. right outside Bethlehem.
If it's in Bethlehem,
It's not in Bethlehem. It's again, I think it's Bethlehem, I believe, of the village.
because there are no Israelis in Bethlehem. There are no Jews in Bethlehem.
Are there new settlements outside Bethlehem where he was from?
Over in Area C, but not in Area A. There are none.
Well, he describes the town he grew up in, and I guess I wonder why a Christian whose family's been there for 2,000 years.
There are Palestinian Christians throughout Judea and Samaria. That's true. I've been over to visit them.
I know
go
you have.
regularly.
I know you have, and some have been,
We've advocated for some that are Muslim, but they're American citizens, and we advocated because there was.
But why can't they just drive into Jerusalem to go to the Church of the Holy Sepulchre? Why do they need a permit to do that? If they're from there?
Because of the acts of terrorism that has made it impossible to do it.
They're-
You know how many
but
suicides? No.
they're
Let me.
Christians.
You
They don't
asked
have
this question. So what do we do? Just say you're a Christian? Oh yeah, I'm a Christian, but you're wearing a suicide bomb?
Can Christians do suicide bombs?
They could. They could. If all they have to do is just announce I'm a Christian. There were over 1,000.
Why not just get an identity card that says I'm Christian?
Let me just finish this. Before Israel put the green line up, and before they took great care to put checkpoints in place, there were over 1,000 suicide bombers in 1 year.
It was awful.
In
I
1
I
year.
remember it, but I don't think any of them were Christians, and
They may not have been.
okay,
But my point is,
we could find out if they were.
so you're saying we just trust somebody if they come up and say, I'm a Christian, I just want to go to the Holy Sepulchre, let me in?
What I'm saying is that Christians have a right to go to the Holy Sepulchre. Israel does not own it. They've had possession of it since 1967. It doesn't belong to Bibi. It belongs to me and you and every other Christian.
Maybe there's probably a young person, I'm not even sure.
No Christian should ever be barred from the Church of the Holy Sepulchre.
Could Christians be barred from Joseph's tomb in Nablus?
I don't know. Let's just start with the Church of the Holy Sepulchre.
Okay, let's start with the Church of the Holy Sepulchre.
And I don't understand on what grounds
People
they
can go
are
to
barred. Well, they can't if they're Christians at Beth Sahur. So I don't understand why they're a threat. They're not a threat. And why won't you, as the Christian minister, U.S. ambassador to the state of Israel, say to the prime minister, you can't allow this? Your country exists in part because American Christians support you, so you have to treat us well.
Part of the problem, Tucker, is that in the Palestinian Authority, and that's what we're talking about, there are Christians. Look, I know some Christians who live in Bethlehem, and that is Area A. Bethlehem was 80+% Christian before Oslo. 80% Christian, less than 20% Muslim. Today it's flipped. It's now 80+% Muslim. It's very few Christian. And some of the Christians that I personally know and know well are Zionists. Let that surprise you. They're Zionists.
And,
They're hardcore
and
Zionists.
some are
Let me finish
really
my train of thought here.
Okay.
So in the Palestinian Authority, they still teach children from the time they're 5 years old that the greatest thing in the world is to kill Jews. And that if they end up being a martyr, and if they kill Jews, they will get a pension for life if they die. And if they don't, they'll get a paycheck for life, and their families will. And it's called the Prisoners and Martyrs Fund. We call it Pay for Slay in the U.S. It is against our
Are a
law.
lot of Christians collecting on that?
I don't know.
Zero.
I
So
don't
my
know.
question remains, and I'm a little bit frustrated at this point, because I'm not defending Hamas. I hate suicide bombing. I hate suicide. I hate violence. I hate the killing of children, period. Why can't a Christian who was born there, his family's been there for 2,000 years, following Jesus for 2,000 years, drive, because it's really close, to the Church of the Holy Sepulchre? He poses no threat. And why can't the United States government advocate for him to do that?
We do advocate for Americans because that's our job. And it doesn't matter whether they're Palestinian or Israeli. We do that. But as far as
How many Americans are being held in Israeli prisons right now?
total, I don't have an exact number on that. I don't know.
How can you advocate for them if you don't know how many there are?
Well, everyone that we know, we go visit. Our consular goes there almost every week and visits the Americans. It's not a large number as far as Americans, but when we have them, we go to their trials when they're on trial. So yeah, we do a lot more than you've given us credit for.
Oh, I'm giving you credit. No, you're
Okay,
I'm
please,
giving
thank you for
credit.
doing that because we don't get much.
No.
We don't get much.
By the way, not every embassy does that.
happen to know for a fact they don't advocate for Americans in jail. And
We take our consular services across into the Palestinian Authority and help people over there. Some of those are Christian, some are not, some are Muslim. But if they're Americans and they have American citizenship, an American passport, we help them.
that makes me so happy to hear.
I go to Ramallah. I sit down with the vice president and the prime minister of the Palestinian Authority. We try to work ways to make things better. But the reason that sometimes it's not just an absolute free passage, I'll tell you why. Because there are many incidences of terrorist acts, and Israel is not going to allow themselves.
But the Christians didn't do it, and they're not going to do it. And Christians pay for all of this. They pay for a lot of this.
Horrible. It's very. You can say it's unfair, but here's
You can't punish the innocent. How's that?
But you got to somehow make sure that you screen people, and that's why the checkpoints. Let me tell you what happened not too very long ago. We had a humanitarian aid truck that came across from Jordan. The driver was supposedly vetted. He was a former Jordanian military person. He came across the checkpoint. Everything should be fine, right? He gets out of his truck, he takes a gun, and he shoots two of the people, I believe it, who were the Israelis at the checkpoint, one of whom was a young person less than a year in the job. His mother teaches in the American school where our embassy people go in Herzliya. I get to make the phone call to the mother. I'm going to tell you something. It was not the most pleasant day of my life.
It sounds awful.
It is awful.
Well,
And so those kind of incidences are the reason that it is difficult to go from Judea, Samaria, or the West Bank, call it whatever you want. But if you're in Area A, which is under the control of the Palestinian Authority, and your education has been that killing Jews is a wonderful thing.
I'm talking about the Christians.
But the Christians, if they go to those schools, they're still going to get that education.
When was the last time there was a suicide bomb detonated by a Christian?
I don't know.
Never.
Let me ask this. Look, I'm not trying to defend, but I'm saying to you that if the curriculum doesn't get changed, if the paper slate doesn't get changed,
that doesn't apply.
You have a culture. Well, you say it doesn't apply. Maybe it never has happened. I don't know whether it has ever happened.
When will Palestinians in the West Bank have the same rights as Israelis in the West Bank?
Are you talking about the ones that live in the Palestinian Authority?
I'm talking about people who live in the villages they grew up in.
Yeah,
It
but
changed hands, went from one government to another. In
Difference whether they live under the Palestinian Authority government or whether they live under Israeli. If they live under Area A, you know the difference.
I do.
Okay. If they live under Area A, they live under the Palestinian Authority government. They don't live under Israeli government.
But it's controlled by the Israeli government completely. There's no airports that control utilities. I mean, it's so. I understand there's a form of self-government. The big decisions are made by the Israeli government. Obviously, I've been there. I know this, and you know it too. So how long does this go on? You say that God gave the nation of Israel the right to this land. Why not just declare it Israel and make everyone a citizen? I don't understand why that's not happening.
Well, you know what? There are people who think that would be a much better future. I think it very well could be. And if you ask certain people living in the PA under their very corrupt government, where 91% of the people think the government is hopelessly corrupt, that's what the numbers are. They would tell you that they would be better off if the Israelis were the governing authority.
But who gets voting rights? Would that be the case?
If they were all under Israeli authority, you know, you realize there are lots of Arab Israelis.
I know.
And they vote. You know they serve in the Knesset.
I'm very aware of that. And I just
And
wonder.
they serve on the Supreme Court. And did you know that it was an Arab who sentenced the former president and prime minister to prison?
I know this. I just want to know what's going to happen.
You know how many Jews get to help govern Saudi Arabia or Qatar or Syria?
I'm not.
But the point is,
attacking Jews.
this is
I'm
a
just
much
saying-
more open government and society, and you make it sound like that the
I don't make
Israelis
it sound that way. I'm just asking. I'm not attacking the nation of Israel. I'm just wondering what the plan is. I've been hearing my whole life how bad the PA is. Okay, great. But what's the plan here? So they're moving all these Americans, people from around the world, in settlements subsidized by Americans in the West Bank.
No, they're not moving them from around the world to the settlements. They're people who make Aliyah. They come.
I'm just
and
saying.
these are Israelis who live in Israel.
Well, there are a lot of people.
And Area C is Israel. Okay?
But does it remain a territory under military control forever? Does it just become part of the state?
So the Palestinian Authority?
Correct.
That's the big question. Do you believe in the two-state solution? And if you do, I would show you a map, and I would ask you, because this is, I don't know. I don't know what I think. I just think you need to treat people like human beings, and that's not happening.
Right now, Roselia oil of oregano is available for the lowest price of the year, up to 70% off plus free gifts. This is what it looks like. Honestly, it's phenomenal. High quality oregano oil is rare and expensive, especially when compared with black seed oil like Roselia has, which makes it super potent at flushing parasites, supporting digestion, and boosting immunity. Normally, a product this effective would cost a fortune, but right now during Black Friday, you can save up to 70% and even get some free gifts with your order. Seriously, this sale won't last long. If you've been thinking about trying a natural parasite cleanse that actually works, this is the perfect time to stock up for yourself or even your family. Click the button, grab your Roselia oil of oregano, and don't miss this once-a-year Black Friday deal.
I'm the bougie friend that everyone goes to and goes, oh my gosh, what are you wearing? It must be $400. It's not. It's all fragrances. This was just like my baccarat rouges.
And that would be, you don't glorify their killing.
Yeah, let them go to their church and
See the yellow parts? Yeah, that's Palestinian Authority. The tan parts, that's Area B. That's the area that is mixed. Israel has military authority, but the Palestinians can live anywhere they want to in there. And the blue area, that's Area C. Area C is Israel. And Israelis can live in Israel. That's what it is. Now, when people say they want a two-state solution, I love to show them a map like this, and I ask them, where does that state line up? There is no contiguous.
I don't know. We've got a lot of states in the United States that need help, so I'm not going to weigh in on other people's states. To be perfectly honest, I just don't want to pay for it anymore, and this won't fix our own country. But let me ask you one last question, which is how Christians are treated in Jerusalem. I've talked to so many who've been spit on. I talked to
so many. How many?
Well, two yesterday.
Two. Okay.
Yeah, both Catholic clergy, and both told me the same thing. Anglican clergy. I interviewed.
I just had dinner recently with a Greek patriarch.
Well, there have been a million stories about this.
Yeah, I know. There are instances where Christians get heckled. Usually it's people who are wearing clerical robes and they're wearing crosses, and it shouldn't happen. It's horrible. It's bad for that to happen. Is this to spit on somebody wearing a kippah in New York City? Very terrible. Horrible.
And actually, to be fair, there is, and I just learned this, a Jewish Israeli group who keeps track of Christians being spit on in Jerusalem because they're offended by it. And God bless them for keeping track and for being offended by it. But there are an awful lot of examples of that. And my question to you, you're against it, of course. You're a Christian clergy.
Horribly against it.
What is that?
So is the prime minister, the president, the foreign minister. So is,
I get it.
I think every
no one would defend
thinking person.
But what is it? Why are they spitting on
It's very limited. It's very, very isolated. Where does it come? But for the most part, you know what? As Christians, we have freedom of movement here. How come I go to church every Sunday? I play bass guitar in my church band. I get it. I don't get hassled being a Christian. Everyone here knows I'm the first evangelical to be ambassador to Israel. You think they hate me here? No.
Are evangelicals recognized by the state of Israel?
Yeah.
They are?
Yeah. And welcomed and appreciated.
No, but like as a religious, like, are there evangelical churches in Israel?
My gosh, yes. There's 184,000 Christians in
I know,
and they're much larger than.
But there are churches that are non-denominational evangelical here.
Of course, there are, and it ranges from, when you say non-denominational, some of them are affiliated Baptist Assembly of God. Some of them are truly non-denominational, Pentecostal. Some are Messianic churches,
right,
where most of the people are ethnically Jewish, but they are Messianic. They believe in Jesus. There are a lot of those churches, and they're spread out all over Israel.
So, but there's freedom. You don't. Oh, I know a lot of Christians in Israel, by the way. Yes. And as I said, I really hope I can come back and talk more. But
and come to church with me.
Oh, I definitely. Okay. Why? And I mean it too.
Yeah.
Why would people spit on? Where does that come from?
I think it's from an evil heart.
Yeah.
What else would it be?
I agree.
I mean, I don't think anybody would ever spit on another person, even if it was, I don't care what a person's religion is or what a person's nationality is. I don't hate anybody. I wouldn't spit on anybody. I wouldn't heckle anyone. And I find it repulsive. Nothing about it is defensible.
I will say that this was off camera, but I interviewed this Christian leader here And I said, wow, that's so awful. He goes, I feel blessed because Jesus was spit on. And that's an opportunity for humility for me. I thought, oh, that's a question.
Let me say this. I've been coming in and out of Jerusalem and Israel for soon to be 53 years. Before I came as ambassador, I made over 100 trips here. I've never been spat on. I've never had someone yell at me. I've never had an experience where I felt uncomfortable or that I was unwelcome.
If you spit on someone wearing a yarmulke in New York City, you go right to jail. They would not put up with that for 1 second. And they do put up with it here because it still happens.
I'm not sure they do go to jail in New York City. They should. And they should go to jail here.
I'm against it.
They should go to jail here.
Amen. So there were all these Christian ministers who were brought over here, evangelicals, in December. And I think mostly to attack me, but also probably the others.
Oh, they really weren't here to attack you.
I'm just joking. They were attacking me, but whatever.
Yeah.
But they were flown over by the state paid for it, and they had the conference here. I got one of the guides that they received when they arrived, and I think it's real, and it says, don't preach about Jesus when you're in Israel. We don't allow that. Don't do that.
Really?
Yeah. Why would a Christian minister agree not to preach about Jesus?
I'm not sure, because I've never heard someone tell another Christian minister not to do that.
Interesting. Good. Well,
What would be the purpose of going? You didn't talk about Jesus here.
Agree more. Thank you.
I can assure you that the church I attend, we talk about Jesus. I mean, we pray in the name of Jesus.
No,
I don't get it.
To anyone else outside the church. Are you allowed, could I stand in the corner and just tell people about Jesus here?
You could. I'm not saying you'd get applause with the people, right? That's fine. But I'm saying there are people that
there's no law against that, though.
Not that I'm aware of. The only laws that I know of, you can't proselytize someone under the age of 18.
I think the buttering app is basically a court. Us. Maybe just not enough.
Interesting. Can you generate reports?
You can now.
Pay for $10 to give you this gospel track and stream it. I don't know if it's enforced. I'm not sure. I've never heard anyone arrested for it.
But there's no law against just preaching to
Walk down the wall sitting. People, out there preaching on the street. Are they effective? Well, I'm sure that people are stopping and falling on their knees and saying, this is what I've been waiting for. I don't know. But what I'm telling you is the idea that you can say it. I know that there are places in the rest of the fishing. I have. I don't know. Yeah. Saudi Arabia. Place is an exception. I love those folks because they're so progressive and they're doing so many things to change the template of things. They have an Abraham house that is a combination synagogue, church, and mosque. It's pretty amazing. They have the same building and they use it for all three of the major religions of the world. I think that's incredible. But they're really trying to do things that are beyond what anyone else in the region. They change their textbooks. They teach that Israel is not a nation they should hate or seek to annihilate. They've done some remarkable things.
You've been following all this stuff, and I agree with that. They have a Hindu temple in Abu Dhabi. You've been following all this hate the Muslim stuff going on in the United States on the right.
I hear some of it, and it's unpleasant. We shouldn't hate anyone. And, it's not a good thing. Hate is an evil thing. Yeah, I don't. Sometimes you say I don't support child killing. Okay, I don't either. I don't support hate.
in any form. I think it's a horrible thing.
That is such great standard, and I want to hold myself to that. Thank you for saying that.
Thank you.
I hope not. Governor Ambassador, thank you very much for spending all this time.
Thanks you. I'm glad you came. Please come back. Go with me to some places, into church. I want you to see that as Christians is pretty free here. Appreciate it.
Thank you.